Welcome to another session of the Sunday Scrabble Dozen. Pairings are up for the first round. Let's play. I will be going second in round one. I'm playing against one of the regulars in this group. We've been streaming this particular event several times over the course of this year. Before we get too much into the talking, you'll notice that we're a little bit vowel heavy here. And unless I can find something quick that's going to get me out of trouble, I think we're almost certainly just going to dump out a bunch of them. I wouldn't like to keep the U, but I think I have to. The I is not in a great spot for this. I don't know if maybe we can go Unai somewhere that actually makes sense. Just trying to find... Actually, no, that's good. I mean, you have the possibility of some kind of J-bomb finishing on the UT, but we'll just have to take it. Much too vowel heavy on that move. And welcome those of you who have already joined me here. This group usually runs at the end of each month or so. They bumped it up a week this month because next week it conflicts with a major money tournament that's being played online on this platform, on Woogles. It's a 2-day event next week. I will unfortunately not be able to cover that because I do have a prior conflict. But that's why this group moved their session to today instead. It was on relatively short notice. I heard about it just a few days ago. Anyway, we're still in massive vowel trouble. This is going to be, unless we can find a good place for something like Ilya or something similar that would get us way out of vowel trouble here. This is probably going to be an exchange. I love the possibility that, someone plays grand and then you just dump like grandmother or grandfather on it. But anyway, we really do need to get rid of some of this stuff. It's very ugly. I'm just trying to see if there's a good spot for it. Otherwise, we're probably going to dump UII, I think. Okay, getting into a slightly more playable position. I don't really see a bingo in this rack yet. There might be something that is a little out of the range of what I'm comfortable with in terms of probability. Obviously, we're always looking at something like this, but that's going to be blocked at this point. Very low scoring game so far because there just hasn't been much in the way of anywhere to go. So let's see what we can do here. Very closed up board as well. If you just kind of cross over here, then we have a spot for the S to go. It's a little high up for the S, but at least it gets us out of a little bit of trouble on the rack. This is starting to look a little more promising after drawing the Z and the first blank. I am looking currently at two major lanes here, P lane and a lane here that would finish with the S. Down here, we'll eventually have something with the S as well. Wins over here, it takes the T in the back, obviously. And if we can just find somewhere to go with this, yeah, like, too bad we can't reach anything further with Fizz there. I am almost tempted to just do this. It really wastes a Z, but the thing is it gets you into a very high probability rack for bingo next turn. It's very tempting to do that. It's very silly to burn the S like that in this lexicon where the S is usually extremely high value. The other thing we can do is actually just, whoops, drop to Z for 30 here. It does burn the S, but it scores quite nicely, and this is not currently a very good S hook board other than the spot on moral anyway, so we keep the blank, we keep two consonants. I actually like this just to get ahead a little bit and score on a board that is not very cooperative right now. Now we have the T for twins. It will not quite go with thickly because that just doesn't fit right now. But obviously, if we have a spot for that with the blank as a C, we'll take it. Descriptivist, you're saying you miss Babel Royale? Yeah, very much so. The developers recently posted something in the Babel Royale Discord for the first time in an eternity. They've been out of communication for several years, but they're launching something new. First of all, let me see if I can actually play on this board here, because now we have another promising lane down here. I'm just trying to see if there's something that would go at the back of darn. We don't have an S or anything. We have thickly, but it doesn't look like there's a place for it to go. I'm trying to see if there's maybe something like it that will go through the N. Or an ITY ending, perhaps. But yeah, there's been a bit of proof of life from the Babel developers within recent memory. I think if we can't play something, we will still try to keep the T for the left side hook, but I think we have to break this a little bit. And not exactly clear on how we're going to do that. Almost just thinking of simplifying a little bit with patently. That doesn't really score very much, though. And I maybe... Yeah, this spoils the... Oh, no, we don't actually have a real N. I was thinking of something in that spot. I'm burning way too much time on this move. I have to actually play in just a moment here. Very difficult move to work out here. Because I really think that I have something. But anyway, we absolutely have to play. Even if it's like, I don't like that. It turns off the T there in that spot. No, we'll just do it. I spent way too long on that turn. Okay. We probably have something here. It's just that the Y is so difficult to see something through. Yeah, that was probably not a very good move, but now, do we have something that's through an IFY ending? Yeah, I probably should have kept the T for the twins idea, but the thing is, we were really in a bit of a rough spot here. I think we just continue going like this. This gets you into a very good bingo spot, because now we have a couple of different places where you can have an S ending with the blank. That's assuming that I can't see something through here, because I really think we're close, but we're burning too much time, and that's absolutely a factor here. Now we have too many vowels once again. Descriptivist, you're requesting that we look at final sentence at some point. Oh, that's the typing game, right? We had recently heard about that. Kind of reminds me of a StarCraft 2 mod from way back. Yeah, and now we're falling way behind. Called Babel Royale. Not Babel Royale. I'm thinking of called Nexus Word Wars. That's what it was. Nexus Word Wars. Which was kind of a typing speed game that was built into StarCraft. This is a really dangerous constant spot above the L. We kind of need to open that up if we can, because the V is closing off the bottom entirely now. That just killed both lanes at once. I am trying to see if we still have something that would be through the F on the right side. I don't really think we do. This has been kind of a bad game. I mean, we just might take this for 9 points because at least it opens up and still keeps us in a high probability situation. I'm trying to see if we still have something on the left through. Yeah, we have to take it. We have to take it. This has been a terrible game so far, actually. Anyway, no real hotspots for a big X play at the moment. I might actually have to burn off the blank for something like Zurich or Zenit over here. That's 58. But we need to catch in points. Unless we can see something through the E. I don't think you can do excelling with one L. I would not have accepted it myself. But maybe there's something similar that we can do. I've been in a really bad spot all game. Yeah, not enough tiles for something like excluding either. I think we have to drop the blank, unfortunately. Zurich or Zenit. Zurich is probably a little less flexible for the opponent. So at least we're only 30 points behind after this. It's a bit of a weak play to a blank, but we do have to take it. Too bad we don't have a T. Well, no, we don't have anything that goes on top of the C anyway, so never mind that. Q is a bit of a burden right now. We don't have a very natural place for it. Currently, getting rid of the Q sometime is probably the main thing we want to look at. However, we can probably take something on this spot while it's available. Sometimes you have a Q and no U, or a Q and not very many playable tiles, then the best thing to do is just to extend. Keeping the A is probably the best thing to keep here with a Q. Oh, also, yeah, no, you could go QIN over here as well, because nothing's going to parallel on that side. That might be better. Yeah, let's drop that first, actually. This is Decalogue. It will not go anywhere at the moment. Also, I should not forget that we have another E to play through down here. I hadn't been looking at that. We also potentially have a 6-letter spot over here. A big Wahoo over there for 40 points. And takes the T back there, but nothing else. Here, this leads to some possibilities, like maybe sell for 32. If we have something that can go over to the X, that would be great, but I don't think we do. Descriptivist, you said StarCraft sounds way before your time. Oh, I wouldn't say so. I mean, the real-time strategy fan base is known to be old and aging, but StarCraft 2 has been pretty much dominant in that space for the last 15 years since it came out, and is still very active. I think we kind of have to take this. I don't like dumping that E. Well, 5 E's left in the bag. It might not be that bad, but we could do something like Codas, but it actually still seals off that spot on the left. Because the C isn't going to do anything else for us there. It does keep the... you know what? No. The bag right now is... we're so low on time. The bag right now is very low on the A's. Here is going to be something like Jade's next turn, for sure, if we can take it, if a spot remains open. Yeah, here, this is still something we're looking at. I don't have anything with a J in that spot, I don't think. And unfortunately, will be taken. Too bad. Don't really have anything that's going to go here with J, unfortunately. Yeah, we just haven't been able to follow through with this. That leaves me very vowel heavy on a bag that is even on vowels and consonants, so I don't think we can really do it. We actually kind of need the left side lane to be open. There are 2 T's left in the bag for something going down here. We have things like the E ending over there. The priority in that case would be to find some way to play off the J for points. And I'm not sure that we have a good spot for that. Like if we go just maybe Agio or something, that doesn't get us nearly far enough. We do need a bingo to win at this point, though. That's absolutely a consideration when it comes to figuring out the amount of risk we're taking on. Let's... figure something out here. This has been a really bad start. And we are so low on time. I just haven't woken up the brain for this, I guess. I think we just have to risk it. It's probably going to be a very valid heavy draw. Yeah, way too valid heavy. We asked for that, I guess. Gets me within 40. I was trying to go for some kind of miracle draw that would get us either to this lane or this lane, but it's not going to happen at this point, I think. 8 tiles in a bag. We basically need to play off EUOI somewhere and hope for the best. I don't know that we have a spot for that without blocking everything along the way. However, something like an EUOI here, that still blocks the lane. That's not great. You're asking me which Pokemon games I've played. Pokemon is a once every couple of generations thing for me. I played Diamond and Pearl. I played Pearl specifically back in Generation 4. I did try Black in Generation 5, and then I didn't go back until Sword, I think, between Sword and Shield, and I actually never finished it. I just couldn't really get through it and was distracted by other things. Okay, so 2 tiles in the bag, which means that if we want to go for bingo, we can only play off a maximum of 2. If we go like this, that at least keeps some hopes alive. No, it doesn't because of all the duplication here. I think we're just kind of dead at this point, actually. There's no real good 2-tile play with this pool that is going to get me anything. I don't have enough time to iterate over it like some expert players will to see if there actually is something that would play through some of the tiles that we have. So I think we just have to throw the game at this point. Yeah, very low scoring for us. But on a fairly close board. It's not typical that we'll have a game like this where I just get no bingo down and finish under 300 points, but sometimes when it's very positionally closed, that's going to happen. If you're asking me any reason why I chose Pokemon Pearl, because someone I knew had Pokemon Diamond and got it first, and we actually never ended up battling or trading, so it didn't really matter in the end. I've never been all that serious about Pokemon. I'm always kind of relieved when Nintendo has a big Pokemon game on a schedule because it means I have time to catch up on other things. So yeah, this is going to be a rough loss over here on the first game. The only real possibility at this point is I'm going to V-stick. It's not going to happen. There are too many spots here. Here, you know, they're just open spots all over the place that you can play out of. Preve. I think that might be a Collins word, but I'm going to check it because this is my only chance of actually trying to come back. Actually, I'm not even within range of a comeback, though, with the 44 there. Let's check it anyway. It's a good habit. Yeah, so my opponent gets the extra 5 on it. That's okay. It's something we have to get into the habit of doing in critical situations because I've definitely lost needlessly in major situations to not checking things when the risk is low. I guess here this is just going to be, we don't even have anything to go here over that U. I'm trying to see if we have anything that's going to play. It's an unusually closed position. And playing through closed positions like this is a valuable skill. It's a necessary skill. It's not a skill that we've demonstrated very well today. Yeah, I just have nothing. We might just have to go like REB or something. Oh, not that way. REB or something. And my opponent at least needs to play through a vowel. Actually, is my opponent even stickable with that? Are there 2 places for him to play? There might not be. Oh no, there are. There are too many combinations around the velar spot down below. So yeah, no, we'll just kind of throw this and finish under 300. Kind of an embarrassing start, but oh well. You're asking me about JRPGs, so I'll answer that in just a moment. Let me finish this game first and pass it. So yeah, terrible start. Absolutely dreadful first game. Let me update the scoreboard in this. We'll step through it to see what I missed, especially on some of the blank turns earlier, because I know from experience that, oh, I forgot to show my notepad the whole game, but I know from experience that this group moves really quickly. So if we want to see which plays we missed, we have to step through quickly, and we won't have time to do like an actual proper analysis. So I had lazy-ish, Zilla's, wow. Oh, I didn't know the L hook and morals. We actually had plenty that we could do with it. What did I miss for thickly? Well, I didn't know the L hook and morals, so we missed a thickly spot. And yeah, at this point, I missed a Decalogue spot. Oh, I didn't see OWO. I missed OO. It's a fairly new addition to the dictionary, and so I don't really kind of have it coming to me naturally. I saw Decalogue. I was looking for the spot. I just missed OO, which is just the most embarrassing thing to happen on Twitch. But anyway, let's go to the next game. I can't believe that. That was a 100-point play that we missed because I forgot, like, OWO is now in the dictionary. I have to exchange it at the first turn. For this one, we had to dump 7 or just keep, like, maybe RN. Okay, this is good. Janitor through an E. I think there is something in here that is with 7, but let me think about this for just a moment. Truing, I think, is actually good. Truing like that. I'm trying to see if we have a 7 on the next rec. We probably do have a series of 8s. I don't know. Maybe me think about this. Maybe middlers? I don't know. Like someone who. No. There's something in there. I know that's a rack where we've kind of had to come up and study and not be right. Let me check this quickly. I think it's emeralds. We have a couple of spots. I wonder if we have a better one though, but I should not burn so much time. So here is somewhat defensive. It does dangle the S in a spot where something's likely to go, but that's going to happen at this point. I would like to see if I have something that will go on the S of Keener, like a 7 going here. I might be missing something really obvious. But I don't think I can wait for that. Yeah, like this is such a hot spot over here within the S. For probably some kind of 100-point play. But if we obstruct that with emeralds anyway, then we should be fine. To answer the question much earlier about JRPGs, oh, that's a big counterplay over here. We don't have anything over here, I don't think. Drew. There, but a J. I totally didn't answer the question in chat, by the way, but we'll get to that. Let's see if we have something here, maybe ending with A or I. This game has been moving pretty quickly here. If we have something that would be a 6 that goes down to the E, that's not bad either. I just don't see that we do. Yeah, currently I'm just trying to see if we have a spot that's like not this risky, for instance, or if we have to just play off a smaller set of tiles somewhere. I'm, again, spending way too much time on this stuff. Maybe we just take this spot unless we have some other thing that we can do. We go like cafe at least. Oh, then we set up the J for the next turn. I like that actually. That gives us a hotspot for the J for a big play here. So for example, oh no, A to F isn't a word. But even if we go like J0 or J8 as a 50-point play, I think that might be a bit of an obvious setup and it'll probably be taken, but it's a little innocuous. The C doesn't take anything on the end except for an H, so we're not worried too much about something ending in H heavy consonant going to the A spot, which is usually the reason that you wouldn't want to put a vowel over something like that. And unfortunately, that will be taken first. Yeah, we made it too obvious, but that just happens. Jovial 64 puts the L in a triple spots, but keeps RT. That's, I think, obviously going to be best by equity. It's just that, you know, as long as we don't get punished with an 8 on this side. And we won't be. Rough spot over here, we do need to just dump out some things. We have Botox. over here, but that actually will go here because KO is a word in this lexicon. So Botox for 43 is likely what we'll go for. And keeping NT, that's wonderful. We should see if I have anything over here. Unfortunately, we don't have something like an R for borax. Ooh, that's a very nice one. I wonder if the IA takes a second S, though. We should check this. Yeah, it does. Okay. These are good players. It was likely to be all right, but it is worth checking. We should see if there's anything else that will make us reconsider Botox. The A isn't such a hotspot up there, but we just need to draw towards something decent, I think. And we have the ING over here, but everything else with it isn't going to go all that well, I think. If we have something like the ITY, yeah. Currently, bag is kind of in for vowels and consonants, but we've got ourselves in a consonant heavy situation, obviously. And we'll just need to find some way to dig ourselves out of that. Even if it's something just through here that can get us through an ING or ITY ending, just dump lots of tiles if we can. Okay, so over here, there are some parallel possibilities, maybe, with the entity, etc. But you're looking at essentially a couple of different constants in a row if we can do something like that. I'm still kind of looking at the top lane to see if we have something that will get us out of trouble up there. I think maybe we... Well, let me think about this. The A is just so dangerous up there. But we can also just slap this down. I don't like keeping the Y out of that, but I think we just want to close up a little bit and at least get ourselves out of constant trouble. The A is still available, and obviously we want to see if there's something that will go through it, like an ILY ending or ITY ending. That was a very good parallel on the Ood there, by the way, for 40 points for my opponent. I think we just dump this stuff, and we're in a very good spot for a potential bingo down to right side. Unless I can see a 7 through here. I can't see it, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is kind of obviously best. This is probably close to something. Let's see. The W is a bit of a problem. Something like an MEN ending. Wild Men, maybe. I don't know. It wouldn't fit anyway. Down the right. But yeah, board vision has left a little to be desired. We're in a dead even game right now, incidentally. Ideally, I can get rid of the W somewhere productive. And don't know where that would be. I mean, well, ideally, if we have something that just goes down the right side, but I'm not counting on it at this point. You know, if you have, we don't even have much that would go down right as is. In fact, we would have something, you know, similar, silly like den, but that massively opens up the right side. But given that we're holding the blank, and it's the last remaining blank. The problem with this is mainly that W is still available. We have an I that's available after bid for BIDI, for biddy over there. The problem is that this is likely to be taken. It has to be something like an E start, 2 E's in a bag, or a T start, I guess. I don't know. There's so much volatility in the back right now. Like Q is still there, Z is still there. In a bit of a tie situation, I think we do take the points and hope for the best. We're totally going to get punished for that. Oh, I should have taken a look to see if we have anything through here, but you need E's to play there. That's probably not as good as one might think. We might even just take this for 22 next turn, but ideally we have something that will just outscore at this point and keep the blank as insurance for a late queue situation. The board is closing up quite a bit, but this is still a big risk. You can have it. Oh, actually, in this lexicon, an A will start there as well. That's something I should have considered. So this might have been very dangerous here with 7 tiles remaining, and actually a good possibility that my opponent will have something there. With 3 A's, 2 E's, and a T all going in that spot. And yeah, unfortunately, we just got Z-bombed on that location. However, do I have something that will go down this way? Unfortunately, I don't think I do. The W is such a drag on us right now. 2 tiles in a bag. Do we realistically have something if I go like this? Yeah, the W is the massive problem. We just don't have a good solution for it. We might just have to take some points over here. This will draw into 2 tiles, and the idea is that we try to outpace rather, for an outplay, and maybe even have a Q parallel next to the I. For something like Whale, or, you know, if you draw QA, for instance, and you have a play next to the I. We're going to get that exactly. Look at that. Except my opponent's going to see it because the bag is empty, and so you have perfect information. However, we have QI up here as an alternative, followed by a blank play down below. So we have 2 40-point plays that are available. We do need to map this out with the 4 minutes that we have when we see what my opponent's play will be. But we're looking at QI up there for 40, but with a second play to come. And Quail on the left is an outplay, which my opponent must block, essentially, because otherwise I just straight up win. There are some other possibilities as well, like quasi and such doesn't score as well. I think this is obviously the route. 40 points over there, AL blank after there for maybe even something through keener. Like, we are in a very, very good spot. with that draw. QA was exactly what I was hoping for, actually. I also totally forgot to update the scoreboard, by the way, the current record. This is round 2, and it has been round 2 for some time, and it will soon be round 3. Apron, yeah, so that does block it. However, do I have something that will go down here? Unfortunately, I think I might actually lose if... Yeah, because 40 points on QI is only going to get me 4 points over, and then we have -4 for the remaining tiles. So that might actually be a winning move for my opponent right there, actually. Unless I can see some alternative. Like, we pretty much have to play out on this one. Do we have an S for like Qibla somewhere? QIBLA. We don't. Also, Qibla won't go here. This is a very good play, actually, for my opponent here, because like Coil isn't going to go down. It doesn't leave anything on the left apart from A. So I'm trying to see if we have something like a 6 that will go to any of these, or even something that will fit in between over here. I don't think we will. So we may lose by a very narrow margin on this one. Unless I can see an out somewhere. So yeah, very, very good play. Actually, that 5-point challenge I made earlier might end up mattering here. Can't believe it. We have this Q blank situation and we can't do anything with it. But anyway, this is the best play I see right now is a QI up the top, which loses. It is going to lose. Because if I play there, then my opponent goes here and just wins by, I don't know, 14 or so, I think. I haven't mapped this out properly. So I think that's a loss by 14 because then he would take DO over there. The thing that you sometimes look for in those situations is whether you have an alternative. But the thing is, my opponent will have places to go all over the board with those tiles. And so I don't really have a good alternative. Kadi, 40 points. Okay, this is a 40-point play that leaves 2 remaining. That's a slightly better play. But it doesn't resolve the problem, which is that my opponent is still going to win. It's just that he's going to win by 2 points fewer because I only leave 1 on my rack. So that still loses. I don't see something better. Yeah, this is going to lose by about 12 or so, I think. Or lose by about 10, maybe. Loses by 11. Okay, where was that? OD on XO. Okay, yeah. And then let's just pass it, and we're done. Much better game that time, at least. We will run this through the analysis quickly just to see if I missed anything really critical. Probably did. I'm not playing that well today at the moment. And yeah, we actually did not take the very best exchange by equity. It's recommending keeping HR, which was not intuitive to me, but that's why it's important to learn leave values. Truing in that spot was the best play by score. Okay, I actually totally forgot about meddlers. I do know that word. I was trying to look for it there in that spot with the S, and I just did not see it. We totally know that word, and I just missed it straight up. So that was a huge mistake by about a 40-point margin. I should have taken the time to look a little more closely, I think. We did miss the J play over here, Javel. That's also something I know. I just didn't see it. So board vision has not been good to me so far. Interesting that there's big setup over here, but I would have taken a J spot if so. Jovial is going to be best over there. Yeah, Auspice is over here as an alternative that doesn't open the triple, but this was obviously pretty good. Boxen does a little better than Botox in the spot that Oud would take on pretty much the next series of turns. Yeah. That's thinking dump the Y instead as being a few points better. So I don't think I knew a Duncity. A Duncity, the state of being hooked. Let's check. Yeah, I don't know it because it's one of those that's lower probability, but in the Collins lexicon only, so I wouldn't have seen it. Speaking of which, I think Meddlers was in both lexica. Yeah, we've seen it. Can't believe I missed it. It was actually a very comparatively easy one, but that's what happens when I'm that rusty on a 7. Look at this. Flip side as an extension. I didn't even think about that. It's beautiful. And we take Den in that spot, and I didn't think about extending it to Denim. That's obviously better. But yeah, the W is a massive drag on us for the rest of the game, pretty much. We are not sitting on anything good over here. But maybe we should have left the right side spot open. Either way, though, with 2 tiles in a bag, you're giving up on a bingo play at that point. My opponent is holding the apron play, which does win the endgame. We do find the best possible play, and it is a losing play. So, at least in terms of scoring, we didn't run it through any kind of simulation, but the sequence there is extremely clear. We had a very easily blockable Quail. I guess my opponent scored well enough to get out of trouble with that and finish ahead. So we will wait for the next round, which is not available just yet for once. So I'll take the time to catch up a bit on questions that were being asked earlier. Because, we'll update the score here too. 0-2 record after 2 games. Fortunately, with this 13-point loss. Did I say 11 earlier? It's a 13-point loss. I can't add. And yeah, a couple of avoidable situations here with missing the massive 100-point, 112-ish Meddlers spot. So yeah, kind of avoidable mistakes in both games where we missed 100-point plays, because in the previous one we missed the OWO spot for Decalogue after I was already looking for it. So the board vision has been a problem in both games. Yeah, we should have put a higher priority on getting rid of the Y here, even going like Netty or Tenty up here. But again, just a very volatile endgame situation with the Q instead still available. I don't know that I have very many routes other than drawing QA for that matter, so it might just be a bit of a lost position at that point, given the sequence of how things were going down. So yeah, we'll just wait for the next match, and yeah, at the moment we can just see what's going on. And I'll just put this up on the side for a moment while I see if there's anything new going on with the current pairings. We might look at the current standings, actually, just to see how things are going. And Yeah, I think the situation here was that they started with an odd number of players and they were waiting for someone coming in late, hence the person with the 0-0 record to even up the group. Currently, there's still one game in this group that's ongoing. In terms of the standings, we're rock bottom right now with 2 losses, but that's after 2 rounds. So, if you lose twice, that's obviously the part of the table that you're going to be in. So we'll just wait. I don't know if there's maybe something in round 1 I wanted to go back to look at, but yeah, all rounds are done at this point, so I think they are just about to start. To answer the question from much, much earlier, we do play a good number of JRPGs from time to time, but I find that since they're a fairly big undertaking, usually, just in terms of length and scope, that they tend to pile up in the backlog for us. There's a massive logjam of unplayed JRPGs in my library right now, in fact. I want to say that the blank should be an H for like Duras. I don't remember if that's the right way to spell it, but I think that's probably what we go for. I hope I'm spelling this correctly. I'm not actually completely certain on this one. Let's take a look at a position that doesn't drop the A there. Well, either way, actually, the S is in a better spot for this. So even if there is a parallel over the A, that would be permitted. We'll just get my notepad back up. So yeah, this is a pretty strong group all around. So we tend to, in most of these events, go evenly with them by the end of it. But it is a challenging batch of players, particularly in a lexicon that they tend to know a lot better than I do. Donutted. If you make a donut, I guess. I've probably seen that before. Donutted. I feel like there's probably something that we have, but if not, the priority is just to, again, try to get rid of the W somehow, and maybe undouble the T if we can. I'm trying to see if there's a good way to do that. Up top. Because otherwise, no, we can do that, but I don't like keeping the double T like that. Trying to see if we have some other possibility here. Because yeah, that's okay. We'll keep that. I don't like that actually. That mm, it feels like we can do way better. This oops, not leaves a bit of a dangerous spot under the O, but it does promise some continuation at that point. I mean, the board in general is just kind of dangerous right now. We have the H for that spot for 30 something. And we'll take it if we can, but if we can't, then we'll do something else. The H, well, we don't have an I right now to go ISO up there, but let's get a drawing tool up. But we're currently looking at the H in this spot here for something that continues to do the little scoring step ladder. There's probably something I'm missing up top as well, but if we can take something up there, like if the, ooh, exit dates. It's a 194 point play. I'm pretty sure it's good, but we better check it. So, okay, that's a bad place for us to be in now. The X, we don't have anything to go after the X right now, so I think we just continue building the way that we planned and hope to get out of trouble because we're 150 behind now. It's the hardest thing we've been hit with today, but last time I played with this group, there was an opponent who played Runzers when he actually had Bronzers available for nearly 300. And which surprised me because I was a lot more confident in Bronzers than it was in Bronzers. GM over here, we are so far behind. Do we have something with 4 vowels? Is a bit difficult, but I'm trying to see if we have something that would be through the N up top, for instance. Because yeah, the X is still in that spot there. That's going to score well. We have to just keep the board open, like continue to fork it a little bit. If we do something like this, then we have possibilities going down on both lanes. Okay, we will definitely hit something on the next turn. The question is what? And so, for example, something like elong. Oh, no, that we don't have an N. Okay, I was about to say elongated, but that's a 9-letter word. Never mind that. There probably is something up the top, but we can't find it. We have a lot of other possibilities. Nefs is going to go down there for 36. I would like to find something here, I think. But I don't know if we'll get it. There probably is something. That's the ideal spot, but we should take something else if we can't find something quickly. It's really N is almost certainly something. Yeah, because if we don't take it and we have a whole bunch of possibilities with like Godisha and Tangoed and so on, but I'm trying to see if we have something up through the end that's going to do better. I just have 0 vision for this game today. We're just going to be down by so much. Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, I just can't find a good scoring one right now. This has just been like, it's like derogate over an R. If we have an E to play through, you see, because we're looking at stuff like this, like Odisha over here, which opens a pretty massive spot over A. We have things like Tango over here, which then has problems with a triple up top, but then leaves other lanes open. You know what? Let's do that because then you leave the T to load. Spent too much time on that. I just couldn't find a good one because I'm certain that we're really missing something here. Almost certainly missing something doubling through the end, and hopefully not missing something too heavy that would have strung over from the T. Like this is such a high probability situation too that I feel like that was a bit of a choke. Anyway, we should see if we have something that will drop a big constant on the double going this way. Because we have Skive, for instance, for 50. That's probably first choice that I can see at the moment. I don't know if that's going to stay open. But failing that, we almost certainly want to just get rid of the V and the Y somehow. Hopefully without having to block up too much. Like we don't want to just kill too many lanes at once, although we might have to. Something like this might not be bad, except of course you have to really dangerous spot over the I, but then it keeps the board open. And play continues. I guess if there's something that would string down here, that would be great, but I'm thinking right now best play will almost certainly be Skive over there. This is the last S already. There are no S's and blanks left. Although given the shape of the board right now, it's not really an S hook board. The only real S spot would be something like this with taupes. So we'll see what we can do with that. Waiting on a long turn for my opponent right now, so we'll see what that means. And unfortunately, will be taken. Okay, then we really do need to look at alternatives here. Again, this will likely be subject to some kind of massive counterplay. Stringing through the I. It might continue to open up some space, though, if we do that. It's just that we'll still fall behind on points. The alternative I was looking at was something like this. It actually doesn't completely kill because you have a potential A or O start over that, but it does restrict the space quite a bit, so I don't know if we want to go with that. But then it at least keeps a little bit of space alive. I think maybe we have to take it. That's 20, not as much counterplay on it. The other thing we could do is something like Viney over here. It does kind of kill the E spot on the left, though, which is not great. And this board could really close up heavily from that point if we do that. The V is not going to be a good starting tile there. I feel like for a comeback, we might need this T spot going to the right, though. But right now, the problem is that, you know, a play that closes up exudates over here is also likely to just kill everything immediately. So let's go with that. Because at least we don't have a situation where, you know, my opponent plays something down on the X and then the board just closes up anyway. I don't know if that's the right way to think about it, but we will have jigs here for 60. That's going to be the best play that I can see in terms of getting us to close in a little bit. Like I said, we don't really have a better use for the S right now because Topes is the only real S hook spot. And regardless, we need the points. So, that's a bingo size play right there, about 60. Exactly 60. So we'll see if it stays open. I mean, if you don't have a really big tile like that, like the Z that's still in the pool, for instance, yeah, that's going to start to close up under the H. We just have to take this immediately. So close to something like Beatnik, but unfortunately not. Not that we have a place for it. There's this wonderfully weird word that is possible, which is a NABK. We don't actually have a place for it, but let's just see what we can do. Yeah, still a couple of possibilities. I mean, you do have a 7 tile spot here. It's here, anything off the V, and anything, the hottest spot is here, although it doesn't really score very well. So we'll try to continue building outwards in some way. I honestly don't really see very many good possibilities for us in the board at the moment. One thing to keep in mind is with 2 L's and bag still that this probably won't matter too much for something on a scale of 20-ish points, but you do have the L hook on Viney for vinyl, which is sometimes a fun thing to do. I don't think Viney takes anything in front, though, so you would have to come off the V for any big play. But at this time, this is really not a bingo prone bag at all. Look at the 6 I's that are still in the pool, 5 A's that are still in the pool. Very imbalanced selection of vowels. 1 E, no S's, no blanks. And so if we're still trying to bingo back at some spot, we have to hang on to the E for dear life. And this is also a situation where you've got a Q but no U. You have lots and lots of I's, but you still would need a spot to actually play something like QI. So yeah, that's going to close off the T lane. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something we can do to open up the left side. Because this is starting to close up on us pretty quickly. And yeah, again, we really need to hold on to that E, otherwise we would maybe try to play down for vibe or something and score nothing and open the triple and lose even more. We can see if we have something like this. I'm thinking, no, we don't have anything that would end with a B, but do we have anything with a N? Or a K that would work there. Yeah, we want to leave this open. There aren't really possibilities past that point. Go like cab over there. Well, I don't know. We should undouble the N. Somehow that scores nothing. This is not looking great right now. We don't even have much to go under to E. Hmm. What we should do is try to find some way to open up a bit on this side, but I'm not seeing a very good way to do that at the moment. Yeah, we probably want to leave a lot of that space open on the right side, but we don't really have scoring plays. I was thinking, you go KAT here, we have the I spot on the left, but with 6 eyes in the bag, I think my opponent is likely to take it first. However, if something stretches down to the triple, then that might open another lane going right. What about kits? Do we have anything that would go in front? No. Let's do that. And then at least we are threatening something like Zineb on this side for 56. I think with still 5 eyes in the pool, that my opponent is likely to take it first, but at least we threaten something. Zineb just burns the B, though. Do I have anything better that will put Z in the first spot? I don't think we do. Niqab would have fit. Zigzag, you're saying, oh, would it have? Oh, over here. Yeah, I forgot about the K spelling with it. Okay, so we've got some N possibilities over here, but anyway, we're going Zineb for sure. I don't think we should keep the B because with so many A's and I's, even when we do bingo, like, yeah, we need to score with it. Okay, notice that Y does have an ending on NY in this lexicon. That's something that we should not forget. Obviously, I was very reluctant to shed what is now the last E. There are no more E's in the bag. And we're very likely to lose this. Notice, of course, too, that BY is a spot we shouldn't neglect as well. Yeah, I'm glad the setup actually managed to land something nice and big there. But we're still a bingo behind, essentially, and things are closing up very quickly with the end spot going down. The end spot also closing down the left lane. So all this time, this is open, but it's going to close up very soon, pretty much as soon as something goes here. With the current pool, I don't even know if it's plausible to go for something like a bingo. It might not be very good. I'm thinking of something like J over here. The idea is that if a plate goes down onto C, then the board reopens. This blocks in the short term. This, unfortunately, with 12 tiles in a bag, we basically have 2 plays before the bag empties. But here we'd be banking on scoring nicely, and then we have something coming off the C on the left side that reopens 1 lane at a time. Also, right now, things are still kind of open up here for something like an NI or RI start. But of course, with the current tile pool and with 5 eyes in particular, it might not be a very good idea to keep our eye. We're likely to draw into duplicates. So keeping the eye is not good, but yeah, look at that. If only we had the E, right, for Ironeer or something, but that wouldn't have fit anyway. So this was kind of what we feared. Because with 8 in the bag, we only have one play left for the emptying, and I'm not sure we can open up in such a way that will dump the tiles we want to dump, essentially. If we have like 5 in a bag or something, it would go ironic or something if things open. That would close to top lane, though. That scores nothing, too. But I'm trying to see if maybe there's something over here. There's no A, unfortunately, for something like Asini. Maybe there's something similar that we're missing. Well, we managed to get over 400, which is remarkable given that I feel like we've been playing this terribly. I mean, we've been behind ever since exit dates came down for just under 200. And that's a situation that, kind of immediately kills your win probability as soon as it comes up. When someone hits a triple with an X. So the fact that we've managed to keep even just one bingo behind since that point is not perhaps absolutely terrible. But we had a couple of lucky breaks with the Z play for just under 60 and the J play for 60. And yeah, we do still have an unseen queue situation. That's important to remember. That Kabbalah, I'm pretty sure that's good with his spelling. Not many words like that with the Q, no U category, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be fine. I guess that also kills the possibility of C going here. It's a very good A placement here because I'm very vowel heavy. I'm not going to get anything in that spot. 4 in the bag, so ironic isn't going to work for trying to draw to a bingo, and it does kill the top spot anyways, so we should think about whether I can find some other way. For example, Inia is a tantalizing possibility, although we're over 100 behind, so with doubled R there, I don't think that gives me very much to work with. We might just... the 2 eyes there. Just try to dump that for 18. It does kind of kill a lot of possibilities through the A, but then... Yeah, this play, Kabbalah, kills so much stuff on the board. Like it... I mean, this spot was already closed, I guess, but... I guess technically both lanes are still open if you do that. I don't know. This is not really a winnable game at this point anyway, though. And look at the eyes just marching out of the bag. How ironic. We won't even be able to do an out and 2, actually, in this kind of situation. Oh, there was CINK as a possibility if my opponent had one of the eyes on that draw. Given that we drew so many of the eyes. Pinfall. Kind of like pinball, except it's falling. I'm not confident in that at all, actually. It's just that my opponents tend to be so highly rated, they usually get away with this stuff. We want to pump his score by another 5. It's got RR coming at the end here. Let's check it. We'll remember. Yeah, of course it's good then. I don't know it, so we can define it in the chat or something. Oh, I'm over time. I didn't even see. I was not paying attention at all. Whoops. Okay, I don't want to forfeit the game by going a minute over, so let's just play something. Yeah. I actually didn't see I went overtime. I was too busy checking pinfall. But yeah, my opponent's going to get very close to 600, but fall a little bit under. Or so he's going to slow play me out, knowing that I don't actually have a way to deal with this situation. Yeah, we can't really play well out of this. We just need to let the last play go. Okay. So yeah, we did get the time penalty for 10 at the end there. Otherwise, we actually managed to get up to 444, which surprises me because I didn't feel like we were scoring at all. Let's run this through the analysis and see if we can just see what we missed. So I saw Duras. I saw H as a blank right away when I drew this out of the bag. I just had to figure out how to spell it. I don't know that there's any other spelling. Donutted is good, of course. I don't know tattooed. Oh, it's like tattooing, but it's an alternate spelling that I don't know of tattooing. I was thinking we missed something on the T spot. There is, interestingly enough, no other bingo on this. It's only the double double off the T. Exit eights just kills me for the rest of the game there. And yeah, so we missed this spot. Wow, what a beautiful overlap there. Beautiful overlap. I missed the ST spot. I have no vision for ST. How did I miss montage? I was looking at the M. We need to get into the next game in just a moment, but we'll step through it first just to show anything else that needs showing. Nothing really. Yeah, we didn't see the Toper hook. That's the thing that was critical there. TOPER. So we're on 0 and 4 at this point. It's 0 and 3, sorry, at this point, going into round 4. This group moves very quickly. So we must be right at the bottom of the bracket at this point. I don't see a 7, but we have potentially something like upending through an N. Exchange 3 means that we should probably exchange as well. Now, or we just play through with like pug and we have an ing hook. Usually, exchange on the first turn kind of motivates exchange on the second turn, but we'll see what we can do. Because putting the U in the middle at least is not that bad a floating tile. Wow, over here, fast player, by the way. I guess that's an obvious situation too. Dump off the queue. I guess we'll just... also, let's see, first of all, if we had anything coming all the way off the queue. I don't think we do. I think we have a T or something that's like toe-lined, but I don't see anything off of there, so let's just keep on going. Of course, now the Q is an S hook, and the Q is still an S hook. We probably just need to get rid of some of this stuff. Too many E's now. So let's think about this. If we can get rid of some of this, I'm definitely looking at possibilities like, this is very low scoring for 10. That's maybe not great. But if we can find some way to shed some of these E's and maybe even a G with it, that would be ideal. I actually don't see a lot of ways to do that at the moment, but yeah, for the sake of rack management, opening a G on the left might not be the worst thing in the world. Very good iodizer over there. There's a spot here that now is open for something like our H. I'm just thinking about how we want to use it. Like WICH maybe, that's probably best. I don't know if that takes anything in front. I think that's easily best, actually, unless we have something off to D down there. Let me make sure we don't actually have something on this. I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't have a second H for that. Do we actually have something off of this? There's something in here, I think, but can't really tell. We're looking at eights, of course, as well. The I is most open lane on the board right now. And the Zigzag, we're looking into the Quinella, which has the two different spots on it. Very nice play there with the Z. Let's see if we have something here. I was thinking of looking through like a third E on this, but I don't really see anything that useful. We might just have to undouble a little bit here and go, like, well, that scores so little, though, and we're very far behind at this point. We need to open up some space. This board is closing up really quickly, and apart from the right side, I guess, and Weld actually kind of makes the situation worse because it kills the I lane. I'm actually just thinking if we have, whoops, if we have something like, well, no, that still has to double L to deal with for 20, and that still closes up too much for the right side. I don't like any of this. Do we have something that's really I? Let's see here. Yeah, I don't really see it. What do we keep two E's? That still kills the top spot like crazy. I think, okay, let's go with this. That was probably not a good play, but yeah, it really closes up so much. However, if we, well, we don't have anything to go under rather the L right now. Because I was thinking, if we have something going this way, but we just don't have something that'll fit. Yeah, you saw that dwellers would go off the board because it wouldn't fit. That's why we didn't look at anything with that kind of spot. What a wacky word here. I have seen it though. It's one of those just really strange ones that you don't tend to forget. I don't know what it means, but if we have something that we can do, I don't know if it takes an S either. Maybe we should try that later and see if we can dump the S on it. Right now I'm just trying to see if we have some way to score with the X, or we don't really have anything without getting into big trouble with all of the L's that we have here. This is taking some thought. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something that will... Yeah, it would be so silly to, play LX or something over here. We would just go LL. And then, ugh. Why are we considering a 5-point play? It's dreadful. But we're in a really sticky situation. Maybe some possibilities on the right side here. I'm still looking at a G on the left side. It actually has been not that useful to anyone at this point in the game. I actually just don't have a sorting spot with the L. I'm almost thinking, well, we shouldn't just exchange out of this, but I just have nothing going on with this board in its current state. Let's see, if we have maybe... We might just have to open and dump that S, I think. We just needed to open this a little bit, score a little bit. Because the S is no longer really in that much of a backhook spot, unless, of course, we have the WAAC here. I'm actually more comfortable with that play after having done it. Now, this might actually be something. Sextaria, yes, yes. So, if this remains open, we will take Sextaria. If this remains open. I kind of doubt we have anything other than that as a possibility. Yeah, so Zigzag, you're asking about WAAC, a member of the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps. It might be one that's just sort of in common usage just as a word, because some things that started out as acronyms have just become words over time. One famous example would be something like laser, for instance. We just use the word laser all the time now, but it originally started as an acronym. And there are a couple of interesting ones like that all over the place. So WAAC is something that's in colons only, so it kind of makes me wonder if it became in common usage just in a particular country, like, I don't know, in the Australian military or something. Anyway, I hope Sextaria remains open. I really want to take it. I don't know that I have very many possibilities if that doesn't happen. Maybe something with like Ixia, like that, so we can... That's probably second choice, Ixia, because then you keep a very strong rack. Oh, actually, yeah, I realize I goofed a little bit here. I probably should have asked, and this was very much my fault, I probably should have asked not to check WAAC until it has been settled whether or not it takes an S on the end, because I didn't know. So that's information that I'm not supposed to have. But that's my fault for not catching that earlier. And so if the bingo remains open, we take it. If the bingo does not remain open, then we take the XIA. And you're kind of right that unless they have a bingo there in that spot under whack, that I actually think the chances of that staying open are pretty good, because you don't get very many good plays out of this. You're not going to get some kind of parallel unless you're specifically vowel dumping. you're not really going to extend down there for some reason. So unless it is a bingo off of, hang on, here, and I think it does not get blocked. It's either a bingo off of there or a vowel dump here with an opponent who's really truly struggling. And I don't think it's going to be a vowel dump because look at the bag, 15 vowels, 29 consonants. Notice too that I said the S maybe not that useful, but we have this S hook dangling in front of me the whole time on squads. So my opponent's kind of in some kind of sticky situation as well, from what I can tell. But even if we have the bingo blocked, Ixia should close a pretty significant distance, as long as it's not specifically a bingo that we're losing to. Yeah, a bingo off the L is a possibility as well, or on the S, of course, if we don't get the first shot at it. So we were basically looking at these lanes here as the play is most likely to kill it. But I'm glad I've found a second choice play already. I'm very comfortable with this as a second choice play. Depending on the situation on the board, of course, because if we have a bingo down low followed by this play, then the right side remains open. And treats, yeah, okay, let's drop it. Let's drop it. Too bad about a T on the blank spot, but this is one of those with a double I that looks so strange, but then it's also so high probability that, whenever you have the X in a bunch of vowels, it's one that you kind of mentally look for right away. So it's going to close this up within 20 to 30. Oh, too bad about that. That's going to hit hard. Well, not that hard. 30. We want to... I almost think we should do something like bin it over here. That's 10, though. That's not great. We're in a situation where we're close enough that we can just play for equity at this point and not stress too much about opening bingo lanes. Blanks are all down. Incidentally, one S remains for squads. But I'm looking at this and thinking we just need to unduplicate a bit, which was why I was considering Bennett that spot. Maybe there's a better place for it. Like if we... I don't know that we have anything that would... Actually, no, this is not a bad idea. Just take Nix for 20. It's a pretty closed board at this point. We need to take the spots where they're available. And just score with that. So Vary is going to go down there. Board is really tightening up at this point, though. I'm still looking at possibilities over here that might give us something. I don't know if we can actually reach all the way to the double spot on the left, though. Because otherwise you'd be looking at a small play like Pita or something, and that ends up looking pretty vowel heavy. We can also just continue to score and close up, but we're behind by about 50 at this point. Like maybe we shouldn't be tightening up that much. Also, that's the last I, and if you spend the last I, then you have nothing going for the IC ending. So, and also one A left in the bag. So maybe flap is better than you keep the last I. As a case I for the C. Lab might be better for that, actually. But possibilities for any kind of bingo are closing up very rapidly at this point. And there's not much to score with. Oh, we should have kept the A for JA. But I guess there are 3 O's still left in the bag. I think here we... I don't like that. You can't parallel over to E, but something might hit on its other side. See, now the board is really closing, and we are behind by enough that I might need to stretch it out. The S hook, by the way, is still a possibility, so maybe we should just try to play heavily and draw into the S. Because basically whoever has the S gets this. And that's just the situation we're in. Maybe we just, all constants there though, that's terrible. If we go just a single V here, that sets up the E above it for EV, OE for Evo. I don't know that we have the kind of constants to really score with that though if we go with a play like that. But yeah, we could also consider just like an exchange NPV or something. Might even want to exchange heavier than that if we want to go for an S, but down on time. I feel like someone getting stuck with the V at the end is actually going to matter quite a bit, this board. So we can exchange like this, or we can exchange like really heavily and keep NIE or something, like dump the T for the double T's, and see if we can get the S off of like changing 4. I actually kind of want to try it. So this is so unwise. And yeah, we're going to end up with too many vowels. But it actually means that my opponent is super consonant heavy now. If you look at him, we've got 2 minutes. We've got to play quick. Yeah, S bingo is the biggest problem at this point. I think we're just going to lose at this point because we, lost access to that spot. Do I have some way to open this up further? Like UOI. Let's just do that. Okay, now we have something, right? This is something. Not that it fits, I think. Let me think about that. Or is this one of those that only has 8s? Because I feel like we're definitely looking at something here. But I have to... I can see a lot of 8s through this as a thing. I just don't know if we have something right now. Like... But we did open up the lane pretty nicely to the left. There are 5 in a bag. This will likely get closed up. Worst case is something closed up with a big consonant over here. But we'll see what we can do. We just don't have anything. I've got a minute 42 to look at this. There's not a lot of time. I guess we can just continue trying to open if we don't see something. Yeah, so my opponent naturally is just going to try to close and then... Very sensible. Do we have something that would stretch over to that? 3 tiles in a bag, very, very consonant heavy at the moment. Do I have something that would go over to the V, a way that would allow me to potentially bingo? I'm thinking maybe something like PAV. There are a lot of draws that would work here, but it's a pretty obvious spot for my opponent to block. Unfortunately, the S spot on squads at this point is also blocked. However, AL ending on the L is still also something. So maybe we should not take that. We should take another spot, like poo over here, and leave the A as a possibility. Okay, do we have something that will go to the L? I don't think we do necessarily. Let me uh, try to write down the alphagram for this. I feel like the spot that we have currently is, so this is what, Thurian in Earth, and there's something else like hairnet, I think. There might be something else in there. But I definitely see those three, but do we have something to the L? That's the thing that's actually interesting. Notice that none of these fit, by the way. Nothing fits. But, and I don't think my opponent will give me something. AEI. Let's put in the L in there. We want something like an AL ending. This is our last chance. There's one tile in the bag, so if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. But my opponent will likely be paranoid and try to block that spot on the left. They kind of have to. You're thinking that I can win this because they might have 7 consonants, including the V. Yeah, which means that they actually can't block the P spot, potentially, if it's E in the bag. But then we need to think about, okay, if that is the case, then we need to fish one, and what do? We would probably fish one here. Go AL. Well, I have 30 seconds to look at this. I need to think about, like, what's, or, you know, actually, if I'd seen the consonant situation, we should have put O up top here. O should have been the play. Just O by itself and then keep P. And although, given how low the vowels were, maybe I shouldn't have kept that many consonants because I knew I was likely to draw 2 consonants for a 2-tile play. And was kind of rebalancing around that. But yeah, no, we should have set up here with an O. We can't do that anymore, unfortunately. But ideally, if we're going to fish, we fish off an H, actually. And unless we're, yeah, there's no reason to not take that, I think, because if the P has something going down on the right side. Well, we can't fish, though, because if my opponent just plays off the E somewhere, then it empties the bag and we lose, right? If my opponent plays off one tile of any sort, then it empties the bag and we lose. Like, we, So, yeah, no, if I'd noticed a consonant vowel situation, I feel like we could have done a better setup than what we did here. Because I was thinking we have lane to the L. We should have opened up a top lane over the F. I think, like, looking back at this, then we should have gone OE, OF. But I was thinking that we open up another E ending over here, right? Which is a natural thing to do if you don't know what you're going to draw. That, and even if there is something like an E going down the right side, we have an A ending that is possible on the left side. Okay, so do we have something that goes on rep? I don't think we do. Because we don't have, but do we have something that goes on herniate? We're going to win, right? This wins. Oh, this wins if I'm not over time. Also, this is a phony. It's with a J only. So yeah, that's a clutch play there of 9 seconds to go. Okay, so we snuck away with that one here. Good thing I saw that one quickly. Next round is waiting, so I unfortunately can't really step through this one. We might have to look at it during the break. They usually have a break after round 7. So what's not a word? Gells is not a word. I think I'd had that come up before. It's only with a J. It's Jells. I didn't even think about this at the time. Anyway, we have to go to the next round. So I'll jump in and now. And I'll update the record accordingly now that we're at 1 and 3. So we got away with that one. My opponent absolutely should have won that. Is up layer good? Up layer. U player. I kind of want to try that. It's the first turn. It's not the worst thing in the world to try something like that. I'm going to try it, actually. Like if you uplay something, can you be an uplayer? I don't know if it's good, but we'll find out very quickly. Oh, it's not good. Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. It's the first turn. It's going to be a pass that unfortunately just shows off my whole rack. So yeah, we should have just played yup if I wasn't sure. Yeah. Anyway, Ziggy, you were saying that they emptied a bag, but yeah, they gave me a spot specifically with dropping the E. And yeah, positionally that didn't quite work out for them. Now, anyway, this is going to be putting me in a position where we'll just do something similar, I think, to what I said earlier. This is areolar. This will go down in 2 positions. And the bottom position is taken, so I was thinking areolar up here, unless there is somewhere else to go with it. The other positions are too risky, like we'd be looking at something like this. So I think we just have to take it quickly. RONZ is a possibility here. If this A remains open, we take runs here for 48. And I don't know if we have a good alternative. I mean, if the A remains open, we'll obviously take it. Otherwise, I'd consider something like was. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to stay. This is an interesting possibility, DZO for 35. I actually really like it. Unless we have something better that will maybe do a Z play over here, which I don't think we'll have, I think we actually go with that. Yeah, that's a cool play, actually. Unsworn is a possibility right away. If we actually find a spot for it, which I guess is just the S off of yup. I don't know if we have anything other than unsworn. Slime, I think the yup position is probably better. Neither one of them are great. We should look at this carefully just in case we have something better. Like wounders. But I don't think we want to spend too much time on it. So the 2 possibilities are this: unsworn over here for 70. And it's exactly the same kind of situation with whether you just want the W up front or behind. 72 here, let's take it. And we actually missed a pulary when I tried up layer. Yeah, that's reasonably high probability, but maybe far down enough that as a Collins only word, I would not, if I'd have seen it or remembered it. ING through the end is available, but we don't really have much to take that with at the moment. We should look at what else might be possible. So I'm looking at like an ING spot here, but we would have crying. Actually, I think crying is probably almost certainly the best play if it remains open. Because at least we get rid of a bunch of stuff. It closes up nicely. I'm trying to see if we have something here with like an XT ending, but I don't think we do. Keep in mind that that Q spot is also open. Or something like City. Oh, no, wrong position. Hang on. City actually looks really good. Apart from the fact that we'd be keeping a GRX out of that. Okay, so City for 39 or crying, keeping TX for 22. Do we sacrifice 17 points to keep TX instead of GRX? I don't think we do. I don't like keeping GRX, but like, I don't think we want to give up the points for that. This also closes up nicely. And we drew pretty reasonably out of that, so. Radix is a possibility here if we have somewhere to go with that. I am still trying to see if we would have something that would necessarily have to end with T or R. In that position. Okay. Is this right spelling? I know Boties, T-I-E-S, T-E-I-S. I feel like I've seen it. Because it's one of those where it's odd enough that, like, when you look at Boties, you'll also see the other one and you think, oh, that's such a weird thing. But it doesn't look right, right? Like maybe I'm thinking of a different one that we should check it. Let's be responsible. Okay, I know my opponent is holding Bodhi, so we definitely have to block that now. We must block that. I don't know if that was just a typo or what, but we absolutely have to block it now. Unless there's a second spot where Bodhi's could have gone. But yeah, I think maybe that was just a typo. I don't know if I should pass back for sportsmanship or which I did last time. But it did look kind of. There's something with an EIS ending that was making me think of. I shouldn't think about it right now. I need to think about how we can potentially block here. Like, what was I even talking about earlier with. Did we actually find a play over here? I don't think we did. Well, we obviously can't do Radix or something like here now because I think that actually does set up something big that I don't want to map out. See, it's going to bug me though that I can't remember what it was that had the weird EIS ending. But let's just try to do something here. I actually don't really have anything to do with that spot. Yeah, I might actually not have something that I can do here. Maybe just no. That doesn't even block, right? Like, actually, you know what? Let's see this. Boties, if I actually dangle that R spot on top, does this actually hit? I feel like there is something there. I just don't have time to look at this properly. We can go arid, but I think because then you have this going on. I don't think keeping GTX is silly. But it does kind of block, maybe. Let's try it. That was probably a terrible play. It was significantly affected by the fact that I knew my opponent's rack. So this is the possibility over the A. There's actually still some possibility over the R. I didn't look at this properly. You're screaming, oh, grid. Yeah, that's right. That's such a better play. Yeah, okay, no. We choked on that one completely. Okay, that was terrible. It's the kind of thing we've been doing ourselves all day. Yeah, no, you suggested, why don't we just play grid instead of RED, like, a person who actually knows how to play this game. Because now we're in big trouble, like massive consonant trouble. That probably swings the game at this point if we're not careful. It's funny because if my opponent hadn't just kind of given me a freebie of a turn there, then what would we even have played? Like, oh, and you know what? There's a second spot anyway, so now we're really dead. Yeah, that's absolutely going to fit. I guess we just go tux at this point, 35. I don't know if we have something better here. Yeah, let's just take it. Yeah, imagine how much better this rack is with an A instead of the second G. Oh well. And yeah, thank you for spawning that Zigzy. We'll clean up the chat where we can. When we have spam accounts from half an hour ago in terms of registration date. And I don't think you can have like Gatling with two T's, can you? I don't know. Probably not. So right now, I think probably we just do something like glug or gluts even. So we keep ing or blank ng, I guess. That's probably first choice at this point. Second choice would just be exchange. I mean, we are incentivized to not completely shut things down, perhaps, now that my opponent had a random draw out of boaties and we have blank. But obviously, you can imagine somebody just has a miracle comeback sequence at this point if we're not careful. Yeah, if the second G was an A, then we'd have stuff like gauntlets. And okay, so they're going to do some blocking up. I think we don't have much of a choice here. We have to take this and then... Tuning? I don't know. Not that it fits. We just need to get rid of the spot at this point, I think, since we're ahead by about 50. Non-something. Yeah, we just need to kill it. I don't know that we have a good way to kill it. That isn't silly. Like, I mean, at least we kind of kill off the triple. We might even just go Nogs or something. That's 2 plays in a row that was scored nothing, though. 5 points, 7 points. That's seems so silly. We should actually be looking at 9s through here as well if we're actually doing this properly, but can't believe we did this with the A instead of a G. It just dragged me for so many turns in a row. Jovia's. Have we seen it before? A hook off of a hove. I think we have, but I don't see much that we can do out of that. We can still have the same idea, going nog for 12, and then there's still, after that situation, there's only really one lane on the board. So if we can do that somewhere else, that creates a second lane. Since the score is close, if we're going to score poorly, we should actually set up for a bingo instead. There is the spot over here with a lipo that scores well with a G. That's better. That still has the one lane on the bottom over the H, but we're actually in a good spot to potentially take it. SH being a possibility there as well. Okay, this is going to be at least en routes, and then possibly some other things. But right now, the only spot is on the H lane. If the H lane gets blocked, so I think en routes in terms of positioning is not bad. I mean, we could try to optimize this by putting something else on top of the H, like something that ends with the E, but I actually don't think we should bother. Like, en routes is nice and closed on the left side on that triple. I'm still looking at the right side here. At this point, we're ahead by enough that we should not open dangerously, though. But if we had something like with an H, or sorry, with a W start, it's not terrible. Something like who is actually going to do very well in that spot. Also wholesome if we have two tiles to play through, but we don't. How scared are we of the A in that spot up there? Maybe not scared enough to give up on. So 3 tiles in the bag. Look at that. If we pick up something like FUV, that would be the worst case possibility because that would be emptying the bag. If we empty the bag and we get something like... So I'm looking at whether or not we would potentially have something here that we would lose to. If we're being responsible about this, that would be a reason to not play this because we would just lose to the bag going out. So ideally, we actually just play 2 here and then try to stay ahead. If we were faster about anagramming this, we would see that for sure whether there is something that, given any of the worst case draws, which would be probably VU something, and almost certainly like FUV, whether there is something that would go over there. But there might be something else in this. Oh, actually, yeah, there's the B potentially as well. So how scared are we of that spot, essentially? Scared enough that we don't want to blow the game, I think. Let's just kill it. Let's just kill it. It puts me in a bit of a heavy situation, but at least we didn't pick up a really terrible draw like with the V. Because that was the thing that we were most concerned about. A pass? What did my opponent pass? I think that was actually... Hang on. I think that was actually misclick. I'm going to pass it back. He said in chat it's misclick. I feel sorry for my opponent for having to misspell Bodhi's earlier that I challenged off, which might have actually been just a typo, but he said right away in the chat that, yeah, that was just a misclick on a pass. There are numerical hotkeys on this platform, like if you tap 2 twice, that's a pass. You tap 3 twice, that's a challenge. So that might have just been a missed input or something. We'll just pass back. I mean, our score is ahead, so we're not going to lose to a 6-pass situation or something. even if we triggered one by mistake. I dislike the fact that we lost the WH combo when I played the H in that position because I was really hoping we could do something with that. But at this point, we see if we can have something like, WMB or something. Oh, why did he pass again? What's going on? Is my opponent just misclicking everything, or is he actually trying to just lose to a 6-pass, or what's going on? They might have a 7. Yeah, why would they? Because so my opponent passed once and then said something in chat, and I passed back because it seemed like they just misclicked. I asked again, but I think I'm not going to mess around with this. I think we just need to. He's saying something about system hanging, like there's some kind of computer error or something on their side. But anyway, if he does the 5-pass, we're not taking the 6-pass. So I'm going to pass back. So they said something about a computer error on their side, but if they pass again, then due to the 6-pass situation, which we're going to win anyway, because we'll still just play out of the situation. But anyway, they're saying that we'll just continue play. So a bit of a weird situation here where some kind of problem on their end, apparently. I don't know why they're accidentally passing. But anyway, we should actually think about what my play will be at this point. Because I'm thinking that we just need to, yeah, so the VUG. Okay, so do we have anything that's actually under in roots? I'm not convinced that we do. We maybe just need to go with like Elm, or if we have something that like below, and we have Fems after that. Can we find an out and 2 sequence? I don't know that we can on this board, but we might not need one. So do we go below in that kind of position? Maybe not with the B next to the double, but we do this. So there's nothing that will string over to E. So there is a possibility of going like WEMBS if we set it up properly. But I'm not sure that we have a good way to do it. I don't want to burn the E right now, though, unless we have a very clear sequence. Because otherwise, we can do other plays like this, FE later, unless anything like that gets taken. I think we actually just need to play out of this and just get this game over with. You're thinking that they might have a key that's stuck on a keyboard or something? Yeah, I don't know what the situation was there. Oh, did I accidentally create a situation where my opponent can just play out through to B? I didn't look at this properly. I don't think so. No, there's nothing there. But yeah, I was not careful about this, actually, just floating to B and losing a whack of points, like 18 points off the rack. It's not a bingo at this point. It's more that, it's very suboptimal. So yeah, at this point we just do something like FE there, or unless we have a much better play somewhere. And then what do we do with the M and S afterwards? We'll let's map this up properly. Because I actually don't know what our follow-up is if we do that. I did not actually take the time to think about this due to the whole situation there just now. Yeah, there's obviously a good spot here for the S. We can just, but we should just, yeah, my opponent can just go out this turn anyway, so we don't really need to be that specific about it. You know, they've got some easy outplays all over the place, even just something like sight over here, or and we're also, it was just important to play things off for points at a moment. I have 29 seconds left. I've not been careful. That's the issue with streaming as well when you're under time controls that are, you know, not particularly fast. Like 15 minutes per game is very similar to what you do over the board with 25 once you take out all of the manual arithmetic and tracking that you're doing. It feels like a regular Scrabble game, but of course, when we're talking at the same time, things can surprise us quickly with how much time I'm taking. So, you know what, let's just take this. Sacrifice DM. Zigzy, I do play over the board. I mainly play over the board. I don't really play online very much, in fact. I learned the game over the board originally. I don't travel very much for tournaments anymore, though. I did have a big event earlier this year, but anyway, yeah. So Uplayer was challenged off. Bodhi spelled mistakenly was challenged off. I feel like there was something with a transposed EIS or IES that I was thinking of, though. We don't have enough time to step through this because we took too long with that game, so we're just going to go straight to the next one, and I will update the record accordingly. So a mental note to look at rounds 4 and 5 on stream during the break if we can. I feel like we have something here. I definitely see some. Oh, we have Duettino. Duettino. That dangles the O in a terrible spot. Let's see if we have something better than that. That's like a TION. But we have a bingo. It's just that it's in a very risky spot. I think we take it though. And then we spend way too long looking for triple triples with my blank. Also, if we have an like ending, we should look at that. Actually, the E right now is probably the best possibility for us. The like ending is usually very good to work with. But we can also look at IER, IES. I feel like we're definitely missing something here, though. But we'll see. Okay, very good there. I feel like we have to hit something here, but something like, how could I not see this? Hmm. If we don't see something off of it, we will try to just make a small play like koi off of this, which still puts us in a very good bingo position on a very open board. The rationale for that is, you just block that up without spending too much time. We should also think about the N as a spot as well. Slurking. No, that's can't be right. Slinkier? Slinkier. Is that going to be slinkier? Like if you have a slinky, like a slinky toy, slinkier? I don't know. But I guess if it's slinking, so we would almost certainly do a fruity E up here. Do we like this? Slinkier. Yeah, definitely that spot. The I is in a very risky spot there. Let's see. Let's compare. 63 here. And with the S kind of continuing the bingo hooks on the left. Oops. 74 over there. So that would be about an 11-point sacrifice. Actually, given the I position there, that can really be a problem. And regardless, that's going to open up more S hooks. I think we'll go with it. Hopefully that's actually good. We'll see. I always have to remember if we've put on my drawing tool. Obviously, if the W remains open or the O spot remains open, we'll take it and we'll just close up. You were saying there were 2 7s on that rack. Okay. Grot. I think I've seen it. I looked at all of the Collins fours. I think it was actually good in both, actually. Grot in both lexica. We might want to consider... no, terrible leave on that. We can do the OWO that I so spectacularly missed earlier in the stream. We missed a 100-point bingo in my first game today because I didn't see OWO. I think OWO and UWO don't take anything on the end, so that should be safe. We have to repent a little bit. Yeah, because I had my first game today where I missed an O front hook in front of WO because I looked at this and I thought, okay, clearly nothing's going in front except for a T. So I didn't even look at that spot. And we had like Decalogue with the O making OO for 100-some points. And isn't that just such a classic Twitch-specific moment of embarrassment that you miss OO on stream? So you saw Riskily and Silkier. Yeah, actually, if I had taken the time to look at Silkier properly. But I don't think we really had a spot with the S in front, though, right? I don't think we had a spot for Silkier. Looking at what we had, we needed a late S to go on Fantasy, which I'm pretty sure is just a musical form. But you would need a fairly late S or a trailing S on that rack. So I'm not sure Riskily would have fit either, actually. Riskily fits on the BY, like Riskily would have fit here. But yeah, I didn't see the Silkier spot. Because the U was already done for Duettino, right? So you wouldn't have been able to get that. Oh, I see. No, I see what you mean. That it would have gone here, silk here. Yorlings, I think that's just same kind of thing as yearlings, right? But let me think about this. Thinking about whether we have something. We do need to unduplicate some of this. Yorlings, and then don't really have anything that would drop the H in the lower spots. Yeah, we need to see what if there's like an NTH ending or something. No. Burning a little too much time here, and we are behind at this moment. I think we actually just go hint, take the points, and D and T is pretty good on this board. B is a bit of a drag right now, but we'll see. I might have missed something on that turn, but we really need to be a little more diligent about time. This is a possibility too if you want to drop that many vowels. I don't want to drop that many vowels, but that actually doesn't really score anything, but I'm just scouting ahead for future vowel dumps. Like bident by itself, but that would be a noun. But we have a spot where we need a 6 or something. Probably don't want to open something too risky over here. But we'll just wait on this play and see what we can do. Because that would just be bean if you did that. I don't want to open like that for 30 points probably, but well, we'll see. I actually think this is pretty clearly the play. It's going to take an A hook on top. Okay, this is clearly something. Let me see if I can see what we can do with it. Marine. I was trying to look at like in titles. We don't actually have S hook spot over this, but let's see if there's something through the O-T-I-O-N. No. Because there's, or S-I-O-N or anything like that, I-S-T. Hang on, we need to actually write this down. For that probability, I don't really recognize that. What about the R up here? Like if you drop the S out of that. I don't see it. Because I'm looking through the R here, I'm looking through O here. The double T is actually the big problem right now. I actually think we just take this for 18. Or let me look. Actually, these are the last two T's. These are case T's. T's and N's got down really quickly, so it actually makes a certain amount of sense to go like milt here instead if we don't have a greater possibility. I think we take it. I am behind by bingo at this point. So we keep things open. Stove in for an O. I might have missed something there, but let's see. Because I was looking at stuff like, if you have entitles through an E or something similar. I'm investor. I see it. Investor to the R. It leaves the hook in the back and we don't care. I think we have to take it. A little bit of a rough spot under the E as well, potentially. Do we have anything good to play through with the Q here? I mean, we can just undouble that spot with a QI, or rather, take that spot with a QI. Unless we have something that is significantly better, I think I will probably just do that. Just dump the Q in the corner and get rid of it. Did we have obedient earlier? Oh, when I had the BEE a couple turns ago. Yeah, actually. I jumped on that way too quickly, thinking, okay, this is clearly best. And then I didn't take the time to look at that previously. With the O start there. And it's funny because if you're looking at the alphagram for that, that should be easy to see too, with most of the letters already in the right place. Right order. So, yeah, Joseph, welcome. Pi over there, that's an interesting play, a small play. Maybe a little bit fishy. So let's consider this carefully. Do we just go QI in that spot, or do we actually have something significantly better? The only other possibilities I was really looking at would be something like down there to take the J spot. Also, if we have an I to play through for CI and Q, yeah, no, that's better. Here, that's better. Kind of vowel heavy, but the bag is consonant heavy slightly right now, but we need the points. We actually do need the points, so we'll do that. And then if we can do something through here, like for instance, for 30. No, WA is not a word, never mind. But if we can do something in that spot, actually faro is a word. We can do faro over here instead. So that's a choice. So yeah, the S spot on investor will be taken for 30 something. Too bad we don't have something that will stretch all the way to the FE, like something that will actually land on it. Now, faro here will score about 30 AAG. Not ideal. But if we draw something that will have an AG ending, then we can take the spot under the J. I feel like the spot under the J might be taken anyway for some kind of counterplay. We do need to be aware of that. But we obviously do need to drop some vowels here. It would have been nice to drop 2 A's, but it's too risky, I think, to be doing stuff like afar, which I would otherwise consider. I think we just have to take it. We're going to pick up the V. X is still on the board, by the way, which on the in the pool rather. X is still available in the pool. There's a pretty obvious X spot here that is potentially going to go down for 30 to 40 point play. Yeah, I'm glad I took the time to actually look for that spot to play off the queue here, because I was about to just dump the queue for one. In that corner instead. I'm glad I actually stopped to review that properly. Unfortunately, that's going to hit pretty hard. 4 in the bag. So, yeah, notice that these spots are actually still potentially pretty volatile. The X is a big problem for us right now. I mean, ideally we draw into it, but I can't really count on that. However, yeah, XU would be a possibility. Something X, like EX, here would be the other possibility. So, do we want to deal with that? Do I even have a good way to deal with that? Probably not. I think we just need to get into a playable position for the ending. Specifically, just trying to get rid of the V. So we go VAG here, for instance. That leaves 1 in the bag. That makes the rack look a whole lot better. We're still so far behind, though. I don't know if we can catch unless we have a really good out and 2 situation. And unfortunately, if you look at the remaining pool, it's actually very good for the X. There's a lot that you can do with that kind of combination with the X. And I feel like, if my opponent, unless the X is the last tile in the bag, this is going to go down. And there's just nothing we can do about it. Yeah, Joseph, you were looking for a U for Quango. I was considering that, actually. I was thinking about that. Ziggsy, you scored, or rather you saw an alternate play that would score very well. Okay. Yeah, after round 7 is usually when they let you have about a 10 to 15 minute break with this group. They run really fast. So I hadn't been able to even look at games 4 and 5 so far because we really ran down on time in both those. But we'll see what happens this turn. I feel like the X is going to drop unless the X is the last tile in the bag, in which case my opponent is probably looking at this and doing the same kind of risk assessment I am in terms of whether something can be done about the bottom spot, because that's obviously what's going on. I think this is going to be a difficult win at this point, though, because, if that spot gets taken to block the X, then my opponent picks up the X, and then we still don't really have scoring possibilities unless it's some kind of 2-tile play down here, depending on what the obstructing play turns out to be. If you look at this, for instance, my opponent can consider something like E D over here is setting up REX, or if you had it, even, PREX here, but not knowing that I have the P. But if that's the case, like if we have, say, X in the bag and my opponent goes E D, or which, if X is in the bag, you're holding the D and the R, that's likely what you do. You do that and you give yourself the possibility for putting the R down low. Then what are they even afraid of? Are they afraid of me having OX and then following up? No, not after a D though. But having something like AX, like they would be afraid of me having AX and landing that for 30-some. So that would be the calculation there. Because given the time that my opponent is taking, I kind of feel like they're probably assessing X in the bag, because otherwise I don't see why you don't just play into this unless you're afraid of a bingo with a hook like the P for beep. So it could be that they're just kind of doing some due diligence there to see if there's something that could potentially win down there. But given what they're holding, though, they should be able to look at the pool and see that that's actually not really going to be enough of a risk to override just playing the X if you have it. I guess one thing that could be assessing is whether if you play here, there's a follow-up play that I can do with O in that position. So, for example, let's say R is in the bag, and if you play EX or XU over here, I can see that maybe they're potentially assessing what happens if I extend it to OXO. So I don't know what kind of sequence they are considering. Yeah, 60. So you saw a sequence that would have emptied the bag on the previous turn. Oh, you mean like a 4-tile play that would have scored well? Okay, so that's interesting. Trying to go for exude or something on the bottom. So, okay, obviously we need to take care of this at the bottom, and we need to do it in a way that does not leave a spot for the X, which actually is not really possible for me to do if you look at this. Unless I do something like, yeah, because I can't stretch this way without putting down an O or an A in that position and giving away something for the X in that spot. So maybe that was the calculation there, that you can actually get away with doing that. So I actually don't have a good way to deal with the X unless we just play 2 consonants there. And I don't have a good out and 2 sequence after that. But it does kill the X spot, and maybe that's still optimal in terms of points. Like is there something that would be an X play after that? Maybe not. So maybe it's okay to lose tempo on this to kill the X spot, because there's no other way to do it, really. And you would still be able to get something like Dex over here, in which case we should think about, okay, is there something that would have given me, say, a 4-tile play going down to X if you do decide to go with an X play in that spot. So we should try to find a way to maybe block this X spot, but have a 4-tile play to an X. So for example, if we do this, I don't think we have it still. Sorry, what was I even doing? What did I even say? Old? Yeah, no, that's not good, actually. That's not a very good way to do it, because then do we have a way to go something to the X? I don't see it. I think we just have to take the points on this and then see if we have a good follow-up to that, like damp. We can do damp in that spot. So yeah, we score 33 off of that. I think we have to do it. It gets us in close. It's not going to win because tempo-wise, we can't outpace DX. But that's a very interesting situation. I wonder if X was coming out of the bag last. Because my opponent would have calculated that if he's holding EEU, that I actually do not have a way to take the X going 2 ways, right? Like they might have been able to see that if X is last in the bag, then leaving that spot untouched is actually best. And yeah, that's just going to hit for way too hard. And we just have to play this out and lose. And that's going to be pass. Interesting game. We probably blew some things over here. And yeah, round 7 pairings are apparently up and running. So we will have to get into that immediately. So you're saying fantasy actually takes a D at the end. I actually didn't know that, I don't think. Because I know fantasy as like the musical term, a freeform musical composition. But anyway, let's get into the next game and we'll update the record to show that we are going in round 7. Probably near the bottom of the pile today. Okay, let's see. If we have a D, I think mittened is good. We actually do have a D. However, let's make sure that we don't have a better thing that doesn't just open up the triple like that. I think we just have to take it. Maybe we should have looked at to see if there was anything that could have hit some of the doubles on the left. But I find that I've been getting into too much time trouble just by considering plays that are clear. Anyway, we obviously need to get some of the E's out of here. I think there's a very natural spot for that. Now, do we just go fee, or do we also go for a bit more turnover here at risk of that vowel draw? I think we need to keep the consonant for this, just in case. And then we can play through it ourselves below. By serial, I feel like I should have seen this by probability. Let's check. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I do need to be in the habit of checking when I'm not sure, though. But let's see what we can do here then. I'm trying to see if we have something that maybe can go here with a J. Whoops, let's get a drawing tool on. We can get something with a J going on here unless we have a better possibility. And Mang, welcome. We might also just take this for 21. That's a much better leave than anything else we were looking at. Would like to find something through here, but we don't want to dump all the vowels on something like that. And so, I mean, you could potentially just go G it over to that spot and just hope you draw vowels, I guess, but QU at the same time, that's not the worst situation to be in. At the very least, we would have something like Quag for 35 over here. We'll likely be taking that, even if it dumps out all of our vowels once again. I feel like it's pretty clearly best. But we need to not gamble on our constant situation too much here, perhaps. Now we can start dumping some of this with something like welt on the fee to feel spot that we've been talking about throughout. That's one of the better things I can see at the moment. You were thinking Geeld? G's. I don't think G takes an S. I thought G is like G'ing. I'm gonna challenge it. Why would you put surely with a blank on an R anyway? Unless, like, are you holding double blank or what are you doing? I don't like that. Yeah, that doesn't go. So opponent's holding this stuff and somehow thought they could play that for however much that scored. So yeah, we need to maybe start thinking about closing something off here. I'm thinking maybe if we can do something here, otherwise I'll just go Welts. We know that my opponent is kind of holding S blank, but doesn't have something like a 7 that we're going to try there unless he just mistyped again because this was the person having computer errors earlier. So I'm thinking that we can go like this, unless, yeah, that keeps LLN over 32. This still leaves that spot open, but we don't want to be in a spot where we can't do any counterplay, essentially. Because we know something's going to hit us relatively soon, even if it's not this turn. Now, here, we should think about whether I have a way to use the X, not without an E in this spot here, unfortunately. But, yeah, something over here might be good, but we don't want to open up too much. So now my opponent is holding SEL blank, which is very likely to hit us for something. But I think we just continue to close and score. If my opponent is going for bingo, maybe they don't take something off the X right away. I think Hawks is good. A little heavy on the eyes now at this point. If we can close off some room. You see, this board is not very good for back S right now, but with the black there, lots can happen. This is probably a more dangerous hook than a Wealth hook. Wealth is just going to take the S on the end. Also, there's the T lane that's dangling there that might be a bit of an issue. And closure, yeah, okay. I mean, you know, what are you going to do? That's clearly a bingo rack that was about to happen. Maybe we shouldn't have opened up the lane like that, but very difficult to see what was going to happen. And, you know, it gets us in a position where we can just take picks right away and hopefully draw into a good bingo to counter. This has got to be something. Let me think about this for a moment. This looks very familiar. Obviously, this has lots of 8s, like, you know, alieners and such going through the E cup over here. Yeah, there's like or a nasal going through an A. Is there something that would go through the C, though? I think there might be. Let's look at this, because I actually think there might be something like this. Like, if you just sort of drop the S and take a look at this stuff, there's so much there that works if you have like an E instead, I think. But I just don't see what it could be. Let me think. No, acroline is good. Acroline. No, that doesn't look right. Anyway, we should look. I don't think there are 7s. This is like a really high probability rack. I feel like we would have seen it. But oh yeah, I guess it would be like Clarion. That doesn't fit. Maybe we just leave that open. I don't know if there's something else that would go with like Clarions. Yeah, you saw that and it doesn't fit. Yeah, okay. I think we just need to make a small play and continue to open up. Then, do we leave the spot on the left? I think we kind of do. We just need to make space because we are bingo behind. Probably what we do is something like COL over here. Then we threaten tons of lanes all over the board, and it's probably the best leave that we have. Either that, or we just go here for 15, and then but then closure after that is the only lane, and then we need space. I think there might be a big play that hits me on the C though, on the left side if we do this. So if I can find a better one that's not maybe so risky, that's really risky too. Well, there would be E lane, there would be the R lane off of your or S lane there as well, but then those could close up together. So I'm thinking, but then this could prevent some big counterplay from hitting me, so let's do it this way. I don't know if I'm actually happy with that, but entrance, if we, hang on. This is another one of those where it's like high probability, but I think it might not actually be anything. Earshot, yeah, we're starting to lose this. It's slipping out of control here. Let's, however, let's take a look at a TION ending. Or SION, I don't think so. But let's do this properly. If there's an Eve or Anointers or something, well, no, we don't have any of the right tiles for that. Like you drop the S out of that. I don't think that's anything. Well, we can continue stretching out this way for 12. We're way behind at this point, though. Okay, rations, Aroints. This is going to hit. It's just... Oh, actually, can we? Spend way too much time getting distracted by the A dangling in front of us all of a sudden. And yeah, we actually need to go for 8s at this point. This is not really a 7-friendly board. Ziggsy, I thought I looked at entrance. Did we actually have a spot for it that I didn't see? Because I looked at entrance and I didn't think we had a place. Okay, this is going to burn way too much time here because now I'm trying to see if we have an 8 through the A. Oh, yeah, the T on earshot. Yeah, I looked at entrance and I didn't look at the T on earshot. That was such a goof. Because I thought about that word, right? And, oh, not really playing this game properly at all today. Because I mentioned entrance earlier and I thought, oh, no spot. No, we just didn't even look at it. This has not gone well today. Yeah, because now we're kind of stuck. Maybe regretting blocking off that C on the left side too. And this probably isn't going to stay either. Like we need to leave right side open, left side open. So wait, hang on. Do we have something that would maybe like stretch through S here? I'm so far down on time. I can't take so long on this. Yeah, we're spending so much on time. We gotta just do some silly play and just totally throw this game even more than we've already done. Distract, except we no longer have the C over there. Yeah, this has been such a bad day of play. You heard me say it and you were wondering why I didn't see the T. Yeah, I just completely blanked on a T being available. That was really not great. I think this actually goes through an I as well. Like the stray, DISTRAIT. We don't have an I, of course. Non-ideal. Well, this whole game has been non-ideal. That's a certain point. So yeah, 5 in a bag. We're just going to lose this really badly. So yeah, nothing about this has gone well, really. Trying to see if maybe we can do something through here, like um strata or something. No, I mean we don't want to just spend the S that way. Yeah, if only you wasn't there, and the arsonist would have fit and totally set this board on fire. Okay, we're way down on time. 5 in the bag. Notice that we still have Zed still coming at some point. The position is really exhausted. Like, it's not really bingo friendly at this point at all. And I don't see a way that we can actually open a lane. Like, there's no stretch of 7 anywhere. So maybe we just need to draw. This empties the bag, though, and then we have issues with V, W, etc. We threw this really badly. Trying to see, like, maybe there's some possibility with like a Z play down here if we draw into it, but let's just go look at DI here. It's 24 points. Surprisingly okay. Anyway, let's not forfeit on time. That's kind of important if we can afford it. This went so badly. But yeah, 3 in the bag. I guess my opponent will probably finish with the Z and everything. And we're very starved on vowels as well. So well, we'll see what this amounts to. Maybe there's some possibility through here, but we actually don't have a good way of extending past something like a B play. I am still trying to see if maybe we have something that's going to stretch over to the A. I don't really see it. Like something that ends with bag, maybe. I don't think you can have like a rat bag or tar bag or I don't know. Something bag. I don't see a good one yet. Zoo, okay. That at least gets me something. We might as well just dump everything here. Unless we want to go with the... Well, actually, why don't we just go like that? And then do we have a note in 2 after that point? We might not, actually. If the bottom spot gets blocked. But let's take it. Oh, and there was one in the bag, actually, when I did that. I didn't even realize. I thought it was empty. I didn't realize it was just a 2-tile play. So Have E over there. I think at this point we just dumped a G over here and then 16 over there minus 10. So plus 6. If we kind of go here first and leave the G, 6 minus 4 is plus 2. Let's just take this. And see what else we can do. Actually, the W fits nicely here. We should have just gone for that. That's better. But if my opponent decides to slow play, we'll just dump the W in that spot. We're losing by 200 anyway, so. Yeah, man, you're saying only God can help you win now. Well, no, not even that, actually. Too late in the game for that to happen. That's not mathematically possible. Let's pass before timeout. So, yeah. We wanted to challenge on G at least, but that was the only real event of the game. Anyway, I'm going to check how much time we have to actually look at this stuff, because then, wow, 2 and 5 today. This is a terrible start. We haven't actually looked over any boards since round 4, so I'll scroll through them quickly if I can, but we are given a bit of a break, so I am probably going to be stepping out for a few minutes of that, but then I'll come back and I'll zip through the boards that we have. I'll just do a quick check as to which time we have available. And yeah, I see 15-minute break after round 7. We might actually have some time here. I have to convert this from what they're saying. They're saying that we'll resume at 40 minutes past the hour. So we actually have quite a long break. You were saying there was a Q bingo in that first one. We'll look at it. So we actually will have some time to step over the games because they're resuming in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick stop here first. We'll show that maybe we're at the bottom of the standings. I think I'm rock bottom at this point. I'm pretty sure. Oh, close to it. Somebody's on 1 win. And there was one player who kind of came in late, I guess, and has only played 5 rounds that count for whatever scoring they're doing for that. So yeah, this is where we are currently. I am going to take a bit of a stop, and then we will look over rounds 4 to 7 and kind of speed through them and see what plays we missed. And hopefully we will improve over the course of the rest of the session, because there have been some wild misses for me over the course of this stream, like a lot of turns where we were missing the spot for 100 points and things that were perfectly spottable and within my ability. So definitely lots that we need to fix. We'll be back in just a few. Games resume in about 20. We'll have some time to look at things. All right, we're back. Like I said, we will take a look at some of the boards that we didn't have time to inspect in a rush to get the games done. For rounds 8 through 12, we might not have time to stay and do something similar afterwards, depending on how quickly things finish up, because I may have to leave pretty quickly at the end. But for now, we'll try to catch up on some of the boards that we haven't had a chance to step through yet, just to see what kind of plays we missed. And the games themselves are going to resume in about 15 minutes time, so we do have a little bit of time to look at it. So let's just go back here. So it was rounds 4 through 7 that we hadn't looked at yet. This was the one that we won earlier today. Let's just take a quick look at it. And yeah, this was a wild one, the one with Sextarii. So my opponent starts with this as Corf is a possibility, but decide to exchange CFR, which I guess can happen. I guess by equity it's recommending duping, keeping the E. How far are we back with it? All of these in terms of value are pretty similar to each other though, so I think if we actually simulated this, my play would be pretty defensible. Apart from playing this into the exchange, of course. Quad, yeah, I can see why this was a very quick play here. Just to get that out of the way. Do we have a drawing tool? Yes, we do. And so Dow, but there was also in Dow. That's a possibility. Very slight adjustment either way. I guess in Dow would actually close this down a bit more. The S hook on quad would still be available up top, but then this would restrict it, if not really closing it, on the bottom. Smoor, I don't think I know Smoor. Would my opponent actually go for Omas over here? Yeah, I can see why they would. Doesn't it take an S in front, like Somas? We should probably check that. I thought so, yeah. So keeping the other S, I can see why Omas would be a possibility over there. I mean, S hooks are all over the place on this board, so it probably wasn't too much of a factor either way, but anyway, I see there was a Q bingo that we missed here. Quiniela. I don't think I knew that spelling, actually, with the extra I in there. I wonder if it's good in both lexica. I guess this was the one that was mentioned earlier. I think Ziggy mentioned this one earlier. I saw you look up Quinella in the chat, and I was wondering where, because we hadn't really even considered this in the game. And yeah, this is actually one of the many spellings, one of the many variant spellings that's good in both. A bet whereby the bettor must pick the first two winners of a race, but not necessarily in order. Huh. Interesting. Would have been very fun to see that. Anyway, in terms of the plays that we actually did go with, how far down was Unai? Obviously, everything is not nearly as good as the bingo, but yeah, I guess I was kind of blanking on the UG spot as well, in that as one of those Collins only ones, it can be difficult to see. For me, sometimes like difficult to see naturally just in the course of playing, even though we know it very well. Anyway, boom over here. Missing a spot for bosom, but probably just because they're prioritizing keeping the S. And then Gilet over here. Didn't think about that. We went with, what was it, G on the left. Yeah, didn't score much at all in that. But in general, the priority was pretty clear, just trying to get rid of some of that. Iodizer was going to go down either way on any of those spots. And then we had the benefit of this. I actually did not see, oh, because Welch would go down here, but Welch actually would go down in either spot. I probably should have looked at this a little more carefully to see if we could have stretched it with a W, because we should have seen that, but I think the bias was towards keeping LER. Anyway, Zeatin actually scores even better, but is wide open. Dizen, I think, is almost certainly best. So, yeah, nothing that we saw here. This was the play where Dwellers would have gone off the board. I felt pretty stuck on this turn, actually, in terms of what we could do. But as you can see, everything is pretty close when it comes to the leaves. A dwell would have been better in terms of leaving room for a bingo ending in E. So that would have been best, I think, just because you would at least have that possibility. Nakarats was missed over here. Nakarat, a bright orange red, a fabric so colored. Goes in a couple of different spots. I wonder if that's in both lexica. I feel like I would have seen it. Although with 3 A's, the probability is comparatively low. Look at that Zatar with double A's over here. Anyway, here, I was really stuck on this turn. And it turns out there is something that drops the S. S and X don't synergize well together, so I can kind of see what a rationale for that is. And then you have the possibility of an XES ending even on a 6 going past that. And yeah, regardless, Gels didn't show up here because it's a phony. You would think we would have known that by now, but my opponent does not challenge. Look at this. There actually is this beautiful disconnected 9 with an overlap here with a laterite in any of these configurations with blank. That's a crazy, crazy play. What did they end up going with entreats over here? Actually, a very low scoring entreats, but yeah, because, yeah, you had Terzetta over here, but Nattered should have been pretty easy to see, actually, off of that spot. But anyway, a laterite, just absolutely beautiful. Anyway, Sextaria goes down immediately because I was pretty much staring at that spot waiting to pounce on it. As I suspected, Ixia is second best by equity. And lots of things available here, but going for junks on the bottom spot instead. And Nyx does decently well here. I don't think I knew billion. Heavy ant-proof timber. Tree of Borneo. Vary down here. Yeah, we're kind of falling behind at this point and struggling to figure out what to do. I was looking at a J-spot there, but was thinking we needed to keep things open or something. And oh, right, because I was still thinking about a potential IC ending and also just trying to draw into the S for squads if we could. And then what do we look at here? This was the play where I exchanged, which actually turned out well in the end, surprisingly, because my opponent sorted through the game for my benefit. This would have scored, but this is setting you on course to lose. Because keeping tiles like this, you're just not able to keep pace past this point with 11 in a bag. And yeah, no bingos here, but reasonably close. We were looking to dump things out at this point. This was maybe okay, but like we wanted to open, and so apart from the risk above the E for some kind of heavy consonant going on top of it, this was maybe not horrible. I don't know if maybe it was a better possibility. That closes up too much space. I think in retrospect, my play looks good because we know what happened from there, but yeah, because like in this kind of turn, I would have just gone Velt or something like VELDT, and then that really kills the board and stays ahead. I'm surprised my opponent didn't go for that because... Oh, no, I see why you wouldn't. I see why you wouldn't, because you would be worried about the hook below still going. Even though at this point, in the pool, not much is going to go there. Well, E and N and so on. Yeah, it's pretty risky. So I can see that this closes up better, apart from some kind of ending on the L. And indeed, I have nothing on this rack. And that might not have been the best way to open. We'd actually have to sim this to see what was the proper way to go, because most opponents will not lose to this. position. We got very lucky with my opponent kind of handing this one to me here. Also, let's step through a little more quickly, otherwise we won't have time for the other games. But this one was kind of interesting. So, and yeah, we saw it herniate quickly, thankfully, before having trouble with time. But I did win by enough that it didn't matter. Let's go over to the next one. This was round 5. This one I also won somewhat cleanly. This was the one with the weird pass situation where my opponent had some kind of computer error. And let's step through quickly because game's in 5 minutes or so. So yeah, so epulary is the actual bingo there. And I tried up layer, and that was a very silly thing to do. If we didn't see a bingo, I think up lay is good. You see, that's what we were thinking. And up lay in that position would have probably allowed up laying as an extension, which is not great. I was actually considering just yup, which doesn't even appear on the equity list, but that's okay. Anyway, I guess my opponent plays after a challenge. Epulary is still available at this point with the Y and the KY spot, but we didn't get it, so up lay actually is still available in that. That looks much better than whatever I did. I did up here. This looks much better. QIN, we saw areolar right away in one of the 2 spots. Yeah, clearly better. Geely's, my opponent luckily missed Geely's over here. And then, yeah, I know Geely, I wouldn't have been able to tell if it's an IES ending on that, though. Rounds, keeping Z was a possibility there. I like the DZO play here, though. Z by itself, keeping the D for the front hook, is also a possibility there that is supposedly better by point, but I feel like that's way too consonant heavy. I guess you could go drown as your follow-up on that play. But I think I wanted to dump out some consonants there, So Unsworn is here, Unworks, and Grown-Ups was mentioned, I think. Downrush. I'm happy with Unsworn. I feel like that was all right. The city was best here. We did see that correctly. Yeah, this I think was some kind of error by my opponent. I seriously thought that maybe I would just leave it because like it reminded me of something. There was some kind of weird EIS ending. I don't know if that was just a typo though. It might have been. So this was the position where, well, I mean, obviously we challenged off, but then grid is best. And instead we play Arid, which is so much worse. Like worse by, what, 14 points equity. And also float set tile. Bodhi's is still available. I didn't see the other spot. And the Glut is actually second best here in a situation that should mostly be an exchange. Kittling, I did not look at properly, but anyway, we kind of get away with this game a little bit by drawing into en roots. Montero also fits and is not too vulnerable to counterplay, I guess, but en roots is pretty defensive there, though. I think it's fine. So we saw who, but at this point I was thinking, okay, do we know what's in the bag if we empty the bag? Do we know for sure that there's nothing? So that's, yeah, this is the weird situation here where there's some pass back and forth. And then past this point, that's about, oh yeah, I didn't see EF on that as well. We should have just done that. There's actually an outplay here with the M. I didn't see it. We didn't have enough time to look at it properly. There are a few out spots, actually, that all do better than not going out. Okay, well, let's look at the next one, if we have time. Because we're getting started in about 2 minutes or so, so we'll be quick. Just look at round 6 and 7. These are actually maybe the more interesting ones to look at because we lost. So, but we'll just step through quickly to see if we missed anything really critical. We saw Duettino, the only one there, actually. We saw it quickly. Had a very musical, they hear sicklier, actually. I didn't think about that. But Slinkier is good. Slinkier is definitely good. So yeah, this was definitely going to be a bingo anyway. Owo over there. Yorlings is good. Yoldring is another possibility. So we didn't really miss anything other than Obedient. This was a huge miss. Massive goof there. Bed, as you can see, does pretty well if you do miss it. Milt is best here. We didn't miss anything on that turn. Investor is the only bingo there. We saw that. And then Korga keeping Q in this position. I don't know if we would have gone for that. But yeah, the investor spot obviously was a big risk still going in. Lapdog, that was mentioned as a possibility because I didn't know the fantasy hook. It's equivalent to fantasizing. And yeah, my opponent actually held X into this and decided not to play it due to perhaps the OXO spot. Now, we do have to start. Unfortunately, I don't have time to look over round 7, and I don't know that we'll have time to do so at the end of the rounds, but we'll see how early we finish. But we do have to get back into the games. So, just one moment, and we'll get in to round 8. Okay, this is Lignite, I think. Lignite. A pretty clear spot for that, I think. And we'll see what we can do with the J. Haji setting up a spot for the X looks pretty good right now. I mean, I think that kind of setup is likely taken, but we would be looking for something like that. Unless some kind of better powered spot for the X or the J opens up for me. But this is the kind of turn where we just need to wait and see. Kind of consonant heavy though, so we need to really think about how we'll set up the scoring plays properly. Hog over there. Haji actually still fits, and the thing is, it doesn't set up a J, but it scores, and there's no counterplay risk. So we very obviously take it. This kind of turn is almost certainly an exchange unless we have a great way to play through it. My opponent is going to exchange. Let's look at this properly here, because I'm considering just going Grex because this closes up, but it doesn't score anything with the X. That's the thing. But even if we did exchange, what do we keep? Like, because X and S don't really synergize that well together. I actually think we do go Grex because kind of closes off, goes all consonants, NRSS. It feels so wasteful to spend the X that way, but in that kind of situation, you see, you don't want to be indecisive if you're exchanging about whether you're exchanging into a bingo or exchanging into an X play. And it would have been very difficult to choose between the two if exchange is actually better. This is something that we'd want to see afterwards as well by equity. Like, is there a large set of exchanges that's much better than this? And if so, what is the proper leave in that situation? Because either way, it feels like you're dumping tons of stuff back in a bag. We can go Zen over here, 37, or we can go Says over here for 30, which is better, less counterplay, and it undoubles the S in a way that is actually not suspicious. It's only a 7-point sacrifice. I think we do it. Keeps things closed, but then we have the possibility of counterplay after that. Now, I don't think there's a 7 in here, but let's just play this through. And yeah, this actually keeps things pretty close too. The most likely place for an 8 is through the I. But with so many doubled letters, I feel like that's not likely to happen. So let's see what we can do here without opening too much. I like the ability of just going torn down here. 15. The problem with that, of course, is that right now the CEE play leaves a massive spot dangling below, but we have an S to take it if necessary. I actually almost wonder if we should just play a 6 in there to kill the spots. But I don't know that we have a good one to choose there. We might just have to take a risk for one turn and try to close it up next turn if we have a good S ending. We should not leave that open for too long if we can avoid it. But now we have the issue of having to deal with the Q. And we might not have a very good play to do that. But if, whoops, we can like play off 6 or something here. And keep Q. That's not terrible if we have a way to do it. Surely we can see something here. The other thing we can take a look at is maybe S ending there that would allow me to put the P in a reasonable position. Either that or the next play might just be QI, actually. It's looking like just QI by itself. I don't like dangling that CEE spot for so long, but we'll just have to deal with it. Because at least if something goes down there, then if we play QI, then we have some counterplay, especially with an S hook being given to me on the right now, that we have 2 S lanes essentially. And yeah, I think this is clearly best. This has got to be something. Looks so familiar. The S spot on CE is actually kind of awkward anyway. This has got to be something. Repains, like if you repanel something. No, that doesn't look right. Does it? Maybe, like if you're redoing a window pane. I feel like there's something in this rack for sure. That must be a not sure. And Bade. Oh, actually, no, hang on. This is paneers, like the food, right? It's Indian food. But I don't think it goes down anywhere. Bade isn't going to admit that. I actually don't remember if Bade takes anything else in the end. Like, I don't think it takes the R or something. Also notice with Haji that this is not totally safe. It takes a B in front. But anyway, I don't know if I can see anything else in this. But if we can, again, kill this with something, then maybe we should. If we can see something as an 8 through the other E, then we should also take it. But if not, then we should play off like something small. 2 tiles, 3 tiles. This looks really good, for instance. But then we're really gunning hard for the CEE spot, and there's a very good possibility that that could be taken first in such a way that leaves me no opening to play back. So that's what we would be worried about at this point. Swirl. Okay, at least that's not a bingo. Oh, you were thinking that, yeah, there was a Zep play parallel to that. That's true. That's true, and that would have obstructed a spot unless, yeah, that could have done something for sure. I think we. At this point, just need to maybe continue doing step ladder over here. VAN actually looks pretty good there in terms of maintaining defense. We're ahead, so we should keep it closed. This is Menders. So yeah, I don't know if there's a good hook after Bade. I don't think it takes an S. I would challenge it. And I was thinking art, but I'm almost certainly just thinking of Ruth Bader Ginsburg or something. So I don't think that's going to be it either. We'll just keep it closed, and if we're given a miracle spot for Menders, we'll take it. And yeah, the P goes down on Zep, just like we were talking about. Now, it does mean that we need to play something here to not bleed out slowly. Because it's easy to get into these situations where you try to close up the board against someone when you're ahead, and you just end up closing off yourself for the rest of the game, and then you just get outscored. And so actually, this is a bit of a position where it's hard to see what to do on my end. We can stretch out like this. It does open a little bit, though. I'm not really happy with that. But it opens on a lane where there would be counterplay on the triples. I'd prefer not to do that if I can avoid it. I actually think that maybe we just play off one like that for 22. That keeps it really close and it scores. And it's also the kind of play that totally, frightens your opponent into doing something too defensive either. Because they might be trying to open and then they see me fish one, they might be reluctant to do something. Depends. I mean, okay, so look at this. This is going to give me a huge spot here. Surely there's something in here. Hang on. There's got to be something here. Hang on. Smeared. It would be embarrassing to miss something like that. Anyway, this should go down, right? Or does it actually not go down? I think it might not. I think it actually does not fit. If it doesn't fit, we should obviously block off here with something that will keep it reasonably closed. Like, mate or something. Wait, is GID good? Am I thinking of GED? Probably. No, GID is good. That's gonna be good. I know my threes. What are we talking about? This doesn't. Yeah, I don't think there's anything other than Spirit, but I actually don't really remember. Obviously, we had an R or something. You could go Dreamers. I was actually looking at the ER spot on the right to see if we had nines. Because there's some possibility, I feel. But I think we keep it closed like this. Okay, this is also something. This is... Maybe. You were saying there were a couple there. Okay, I didn't see it then. With GID. Yeah, I saw smeared. I didn't see anything else. Does remade take an S? I did not know that, huh? I would have totally challenged remade with an S, but maybe that's a Collins thing that I haven't seen at that level of probability. Yeah, remade with an S. That's why I haven't seen it. Like maybe I haven't looked at that rack yet in Collins, at least not lately. Anyway, with this rack, we probably just want to continue to um, drop some of this stuff and, like GUR over here is what I was thinking of. Or we don't want to go rug because it's very easily hooked back. That is maybe not as good as I would like. Is GAU good, I want to say? I think it is. And then, yeah, that's better in terms of leave. And then the right side spot is still a little bit obstructed. Diorite through a T. I don't know if there's more going on. Ironized, obviously, through an N. I'm looking at this thinking swirly. Yes, no, it doesn't reach. Anyway, here we kind of have to block that off, I think. Even if it involves. Yeah, I think I know Ericoid is good. I don't know if Ericoids was good, but regardless, it doesn't fit through the C. I think we just do something here to just kill the spot. Even if it's something pretty small. We're ahead, we have to just kill the spot. Even at risk of dropping the heat. Notice that 2 blanks are still available with 22 in the bag. Like, this is pretty late in the game, and it's entirely possible that my opponent will draw into double blank sometime relatively soon. And so we just block every lane we see. This location here will probably just go down that way with something like FUM. I think that's probably first choice, unless there's an opening that we need to kill. So we'll get ready for that play. So it'll be either be FUM or a reactive play to something that is creating too much space. I'm looking at this saying as well, do we potentially have something with an IOUS ending or IUS ending if we're given it? And yeah, Joseph, no worries about that. That's not a play I can make, at least. There is one F remaining, though, for my opponent. And yeah, I'm not worried about something like deifies. It doesn't open space. And, you'd be scoring about 30-ish with that. But if you did make the extension. But at this point, at least it's not something my opponent is going to do. Unless we have like deification or something. That's too long, I think. But, because I was definitely thinking, okay, can you just extend by an additional 7 and make a 10 that has like something to do with de-icing or I don't know. Deification would require 8 additional tiles. So as long as I don't, drop exactly the right tile in the right spot for a disconnected 11, I think we're fine. So yeah, probably FUM off the left side. We We'll want to be careful about not playing into this corner if we can avoid it. My opponent's taking so long that I suspect a minimum one blank, possibly two, for them. And of course, it's entirely possible they know something about the bait spot that I don't. But if we do manage to get Fum down, then that kills it. So we will obviously need to take care of anything that dangles an opening, but oh no, I have a massive blind spot here. Massive blind spot. S hook here. I did not look at that. That is a huge vulnerability. And yeah, particularly double blank. We actually do need to take care of that as the first possibility if we can. I don't know if we. So Muso, I think, would go there. Or Miso. Miso would prefer, obviously. Yeah, no. And that actually doesn't do that well either because it opens up a second spot. But the thing is, better to kill the triple lane and leave a low scoring lane open if my opponent is going to start drawing a double blank or something. Yeah, Joseph, no worries about that as long as you don't compromise the integrity of the game or something. If you're saying you sometimes anagram in a chat text box and you think you went to backspace. Okay, so that's interesting that my opponent is going to kill that spot instead first and make it worse. Interesting, spending a blank there. They must have been spending a lot of time on double blank and trying to figure out a way to get out of it. And feeling like they were buckling under time pressure. So, okay. I feel like they were definitely sitting on a double blank and we're getting into a ton of time trouble because of it. And why would you kill your own lane like that, though? I mean, I guess if you're worried about me having the remaining S, there are two S's, by the way. Mine and one in the pool. On over here, this is going to totally obstruct the right side, so we can probably just do something on the right. I'm just trying to see if we have something that will be good here. Possibly over here as well. But we don't need to spend too long on this. We can just do something like 4. It's probably still good. And let's not forget that Y does go here. Very easy to have that as a blind spot. Not that I can do anything with that information. However, KY as an ending is something that we can take. We're so close to something like idiotry. If we had an R instead of an S, idiotry would go there. I think we just leave the K spot. If the only alternative is to create a worse opening there, we just leave that alone and don't touch it because we're ahead by 130. We just leave a low scoring lane that's awkward to fit if we can. And yeah, I was just about to do something like Yids there, and I think that's actually taken out of Collins. It's still good in WoW, which is what I usually play over the board. But I'm pretty sure it's not Collins anymore. Let's take a look at what else though. Like if we have something that can kind of do a really good closing in that spot, we can take it. We can also take a look at whether we can do anything but that blank spot. Yeah, we have to be pretty careful here not to give away too many openings, because otherwise maybe I would do something in that spot. Actually, no, now it doesn't even take an S, does it? I always forget that like there are a whole bunch of like yeah and nah and all that where some of the different ways of saying yes or no actually don't take a hook. So never mind that. We can't do that. Um, okay, we're down on time though. We don't want to lose on time in this kind of spot. Let's just go like this. 1 minute 15. The thing that we can look at, we can loose do at this time is time. So we want to watch out on the clock here. TI over here, leaving this little spot here that probably won't be that useful. I don't want to. You know what? Let's just do this. I have to play quickly. I was about to do some kind of B play there, and I realized I would spend all my vowels. Also, we emptied the bag. And at this point, I think we're safe. I don't think anything is going to go down. So at this point, we just try to not lose to time. Yeah, this will be suboptimal plays all around while we figure out what to do. Oh, yeah, I should have seen that this area is still open. I should have kept tiles that would allow me to take that spot instead. So that was a bit of a goof there, maybe. Like if you go lobs up top and you go like IGAS down here, then we would be able to take the Haji spot. At the moment, though, if we can just go out and win the game, we will. I wonder how long my opponent was sitting on double blank. So, yeah, Zigzy, you're saying you hate when people burn double blank for nothing. You were saying that much earlier. Well, I can see people doing that sometimes with double blank. That if they feel like they're actually losing more theoretical points on time, you would want to at least score with it. Like if you have a double blank situation, you want to play it off for something like a 30-point play. But anyway, let's just win it. I'm not going to sweat the ending. We have 30 seconds. So yeah, all words are valid, and we might have time. Yeah, double blank is a really difficult situation to play out of because the second blank is actually a liability, but you know, you don't want to waste it, you don't want to throw it back, you don't want to do anything like that. And you're usually close enough at that point that you don't want to break your rack like crazy. Okay, we have, oh, we don't really have time actually. Let's go to the next round. I'll update the record that we are on 3 and 5 going into round 9. Okay, so probably opium den. Unfortunately, not a single word. This is so many ends. We obviously need to do something about that. So close, incidentally, to Nintendo. Actually, we have Nintendo. It's not going to play, but for the purposes of being thematically true to the stream, we're going to show it on the board. But we'll have to wait to see what we can actually do. Watch me learn after the stream that there actually is an 8-letter word in Nintendo or something. Olivine, yeah, that's good. Let's see. We really need to do something about the end situation, though. Maybe something like tinned, or I don't know. I'm trying to see if maybe we have something that would go through the U or the I on the left. Let's click this off. I'm trying to get my drawing set up. Like here with 6 tile play, just to dump some ends. But we shouldn't spend too much on that. Is Dunite with 2 ends good? I actually don't remember. Or is it just 1 end? I think it might just be 1 end. We can do intend like this. If I can just do something like this, this might be better. Yeah, we just have to do something like that. We have fugue on this side if we want to do that. That leaves the U in a dangerous spot, but oddly enough, we can just do that anyway. I had to look to see that we didn't have, whoops, anything too interesting with. Yeah, actually the U spot isn't too bad in terms of X risk. I think this is best if you look to leave here. Now this gives me something like Fusel, and then we would dangle the S for E and S. I'm liking that idea. It's risky, obviously. The other thing, actually, no, this is better. Just go Fizz for 56. Obviously, we take the 56-point play. Let's not be silly here. This is going to be relines, Liarns, all kinds of stuff. This is going to be a pretty simple bingo, I would hope. We'll see what my opponent has. I don't know if maybe we can have something off the F, in fact. Maybe we should look at that. Let me write this down quickly. But yeah, likely we'll just do something off of the S hook on opium. Unless we see something that's like an 8 through here. But we'll see what happens. So in terms of positioning, relines would be like this. Liarns would be like this. There's something else in there, almost certainly. If we can do something going down, perhaps. Let me see if there's anything else. Bum. Bit of a bum move, I guess. So the thing about relines, yeah, I mean, either way, you're dangling R and L on top the playthrough. This at least doesn't drop a vowel next to the double word score. I'm just trying to remember if there's anything that goes before this. I don't think there is. I think this should be safe. Maybe there was something off of the F. I didn't really take the time to look. Anyway, let's think about the possibility of we actually had co-equate on an earlier stream. Like if we have a U to play through or a C to play through, that would have been fun. Oh no, we had co-equal the last time I played on stream, but co-equate would have been wonderful. We don't have it though. However, we should see what else we can do. It actually may be quite good to just do this. We might even drop a vowel on the end despite allowing parallels just because we need to balance the rack. However, given that location there, we should take a look quickly because there is some bingo possibility with this, isn't there? So yeah, unfortunately, equator leaves us with an extra E to deal with. I'm definitely trying to see if there's something. I mean, the blank has to be a U. You're not going to get a U-less play. That's a bingo with this kind of situation. I think we just have to take it. The parallel risk isn't too bad, actually. It even kills the triple in unless you spot some kind of miracle. We just have to take it. Anyway, obviously, priority at this point is to dump some of the direct VUY, etc. Might even just kill the bottom lane. We're not so far ahead, though, that we can just block and block and block without consequence for points. But yeah, the thing about Quart is that it, and same with Quint as well, is they take all kinds of vowels back. So my opponent is fishing like crazy. We should take that as a sign to block, actually. I don't know how worried we are about the W start. That's the W start and the F start are the major lanes. The R and the E spot just got blocked off mostly, unless you have a second E over here. We should actually go overy on it, unless we have like an out something. I think we clearly block in this kind of situation because the R is by far the best spot right now. This is uptrend, I think. Uptrend. And we won't have a spot for it, though. I'm pretty sure uptrend is good, but again, it doesn't matter because that's not going to play. Notice, by the way, that if you're swimming in E's, you can actually do EEEW over here. That would be kind of fun. Anyway, it's going to block the left lane, but we're very close in points, so we do need to play for points at this point. If we can do something on the right side, we should take it, like if we have some way to stretch from the W. I don't know that we have a good play there, though. Actually, I'm kind of stuck in this play. Let's think about it as not take too long. We should actually just go up here, 26. Okay, Tinders, and as we found out last time, snurted. If you try to look up the definition of snurted, it's a totally innocent definition, but Twitch is going to hard block it regardless, and your message will not appear in chat because of a substring of a word in the definition that gets blocked. But anyway, that's Tinders and snurted. Tinders is going to go in the old spot over here because that will work. So we do have a spot. I feel like my opponent might have been doing old specifically to set up an S spot for themselves, though. Joseph, you were saying you saw the word in Ancient Cosmographer's stream. He was playing all the new 4s against Basic Bot. Which 4 are you talking about? As an EEEW or something else. And yeah, Zigzee, Quint, Quint, takes all kinds of stuff. Um, yeah, we do need to take the risky spot here. I mean, we need to play for score at this point. Snurton and Tinders will not fit under the wig. Interestingly, though, S and T will have some good counterplay possibility over here. But Olds is definitely good, I think. T in this spot, T is one of the tiles in this fourth position here that are more vulnerable to triple. But given the look of the pool right now, I don't know how much we're worried about it. It's very vowel heavy, very duplicate heavy. Extremely duplicate heavy, in fact. This is realtor, relator. We would have to look for eights, though. Maybe something through the D or the E. So let's see. And I mean, we might as well look for the I and the T as well. Actually, I might have some possibility here. And so many duplicates all over the place. But anyway, with what we have right now, we have realtor, relator. I think so, anyway. But through T, I don't know. I mean, my opponent is clearly trying to search for something, maybe. There's still a lot of risk on this board because we have the X spot over here with an X unseen. Oh, we actually have not looked at the W spot for this rack either. I don't think it'll be anything, though. We should try to solve some of this stuff. Exchange 3. Anyway, we have to kill the triple spot. That's very clear to me. So we'll probably just do something through here and kill the twig spot and the triple spot at once. Even if it's just something like later. So many E's and A's in the pool that I'm fine just taking it. Let's look carefully, though, because there's some possibility that I'm missing something here. Retailer. This is retailer. I don't think there's anything else in it, though. I don't see anything else in there. I think we just kill the spot and worry about it later. Oh, look at the duplication over here. I was expecting A's and E's. I didn't think that the O's were going to hit me so heavily. It's too bad we don't have the tiles for, like, what is it, Woorari or Woorali or something. We actually, it would be Aurora through an R, which we do in fact have. Look at that. Look at that. Keeps double O, but I don't see that we're going to do much better than that if we're dumping out 4 vowels. 1 in the bag. This is actually a little risky. I mean, obviously the W is the only spot right now, so we're not too worried. There is some possibility of something. Yeah, it's not really the right combination of letters for an X ending. I was thinking like something through here with an X could hit you for about 60-ish. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Waxiest go down here, even if it's just going to be 6-tile play. So we'll see. It's very possible that my opponent will try to fish one. You know, say for example, dropping an X here, hoping to draw an O would set up for me, but I'm just thinking that the best possibility here, yeah, they're going to play 2, and it was 6 tiles. I don't know that I have something good on this side. We just need to mostly get rid of the J if we can. We actually have, oh no, we don't have jihad because no RA. But yeah, we need to not lose to having too many tiles and too many points worth of tiles on my rack. That's one thing that's going to kill this potentially. So if we can find a good sequence here to get rid of the J and have a play available next turn, that would be ideal. Because, yeah, the triple spot is wide open. If we have a way to play into the triple and still have possibilities with the J, that would be good. But I don't see that we actually have that, like, even with the CH available here. So we might just go something like Gion. And then do we have a follow-up play? Let's take a look at this properly. Do we have a follow-up play with CHOA afterwards? We might not. I'm trying to look for whether there's anything through like these locations. Not always spend the E, but if we had something over here. Yeah, I'm thinking Gion up top is probably the best possibility right now. But if we could dump more tiles in that, we need to map this out so we don't lose. Let's say we have 22 over here. I don't see an outplay for my opponent going through here, which is what we're worried about. But there might be something like a 6 in here, for instance, which would be 16, about 20 something points. So let's say we have Gion. And let's map this out. So that's 22, but it's minus 7, 8, 9, 18. So that's a plus 4. So if we play for a plus 4, then my opponent needs a 58 point play. Even with an outplay off of here, that's not going to reach. I'm trying to see if there is something here with S. So I think we do this. I don't see an out in 2, but I think in terms of score, we're still ahead. Yeah, Scient, I think that's almost certainly right, but we'll challenge anyway because we're ahead by more than 5. And that is good. So, okay, so we'll win that one. All right, let's see. I'm not queued in for the next game yet, but let me just update the record. So we're at 4 and 5. So Dunite is good with 2 ends. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's good with 1 end as well. It's 2 completely different things. Kind of explosive based on ammonium pick rate. And with 1 end, it's an igneous rock composed almost entirely of Olivine. Speaking of which, Dunite and Olivine going together in this game. Okay, we didn't get a look at games 7 and 8 yet, but since we're in the room for 9, we'll just step through this one quickly if I can. Since I have not been pulled into the next one yet. And this is fresh in mind. I missed impound on the first. Oh, wow. Did we talk about that earlier? Did someone pull that up? Oh, yeah, no, Zigzy, you did say impound, and I actually didn't even see that message. So we didn't miss impound when I just went for opium. Yeah, given the kind of rack we were looking at here, I just didn't even stop to think about this properly. Zigzy did say it, yeah, afterwards. Anyway, Olivine untinned. I don't think I would have been confident in that. Untinned. Oh, yeah, no, if you take something out of a tin, of course, like you untin your tuna. Yeah, because we saw tinned and I didn't look at there. Readings, fugues is okay. Fewing is actually even better with that beautiful overlap here, but similar ideas with getting rid of the U, but I'm pretty happy with what we went with. My opponent misses Haukers, a two-masted Dutch or Irish fishing vessel. Fizz is best. And bum over here on this rack? Really? Oh, yeah, no, just consonant heavy, I see. Consonant heavy and desperate to keep the S, I guess. But yeah, and that shredding spot was open the whole time, and I didn't look at it at any point. Anyway, Relines and Lyrans, we saw them both. Nothing else in there, it seems. Then the below is going to go down. Yeah, so Quart is slightly down by equity, but I think it's clearly better by position. Actually, it is slightly down by equity. Why? Oh, no, because compared to Quare instead of Quart. That's why. Yeah, compared to Quare, then Quare is better. Because it still kills the spot on the right and it keeps the T for constant vowel balance. So yeah, this is better. I just didn't even look at it and consider it properly. Anyway, here was fishing off Y with this rack, really? I would have dumped a lot more than that. You know, even if something like edgy. But I guess the key was to maybe try to keep the R lane open. This keeps the R lane open going left, I guess. But yeah, wedgie obviously open there as well, but let's remove the W lane. Anyway, old is actually best by equity there on this rack. So my opponent not getting good bingo draws here. There's up. We consider uptrend. I don't. Yeah, clearly no spot for that. Tinders is going to go down exactly. Wow, cessities. Look at that. I guess my opponent was blind to that play. Cessities for blindness. I didn't know it, to be honest. So Rotal is better with the E there. Like we were looking at 5 A's, 3 E's, 2 O's in a bag, and we managed to grab all the O's. But yeah, it's better slightly by equity by about 5 points. I think we clearly needed to kill that spot, though. I'm much more worried about that than the W at that point. And look, they're getting closer at this point. But I think I definitely blocked something here. Maybe. Aurora's best there, even for 12 points. It's one of the few things that even comes out positively. Or either that or you dump the O's and wind up in a similar situation where you still want to play Aurora. So yeah, Rax is actually still best there by 51 I guess Aurora opened that spot. Yeah, that's why I actually didn't really even see because that went down so quickly just how much it scored. I didn't look at that. And so we should have considered that with the X in the pool. That would be the argument for going for the lower O spots first. But thankfully we were ahead by enough that we didn't lose like crazy. That John is way better. Way better than Gion. I didn't even consider that properly. Much, much better. But science is going to go down, and that's all there is to look at. So we're still not called into the next round yet. So if I have the chance to go back to look at a previous game, I will. You were thinking Wahoo. Yeah, actually, I should have seen that for sure. Because Wahoo would have been, what, 33 points, but then you have to subtract with a J. It does come out better. It comes out at about, like, over plus 10, I think, or about plus 10. Well, no, it leaves JEC, so JEC would be a minus 24, right? So that comes out to plus 9 if you know your opponent is going out, but you don't want to get into a position where they try to stick you. Anyway, no, we are being called into the next round, so let's do that. 3 more to go. Starting to recover the record a bit, at least. Okay, this is close to something. We should always look at things like the WARE ending. It doesn't look like there's anything there. We'll obviously try to prioritize getting rid of W if we can. Vamp, I mean, there's the MM possibility. Now, what's worse, this one or this one? I think, yeah, because of Pox being a possibility down below, even if W isn't so bad for that, we go for this. Anyway, this is also close to something. Did we miss Tapeworm? Oh, we did miss Tapeworm. There was the P available for it. I should have looked at Worm. I always try to look at the ones like Wart is also another one that happens often. WORT, where very obviously. I should have taken a moment to look at Worm because if I saw Worm, I should have seen Tapeworm immediately. So yeah, board vision today has been terrible, particularly board vision for things my opponent just put down. We've had a very unusual number of misses today. Anyway, do we have something that's going to go down here? There's no room for sevens on this board, really. So it's a matter of whether we can do something through one of the T's or Y's. We should not forget about the A here, though, as something that will go. Also, overcoat. No, we don't have it. Overcards. I don't like it. I was thinking overcoats. Overcard. No, I don't like it. Cavorter. Actually, that should be good. Yeah, okay, let's do it. What do we think? Yeah, that okay. No, I understand. I think it was one of those where, like, yeah, no, overcart's no good, but then it jogged my memory for having thought about it before. I think that should be fine. Overcart when you add too much to your online shopping cart, yeah. Anyway, we'll go with that. We'll need to dump out some of this nonsense. Ox. Unfortunately, we can't extend it with anything with the E. Any lower. Ox actually hit pretty hard there, 36. I think we actually definitely go like this. For 30. Still vowel heavy, but it's going to be vowel heavy no matter what I do here, so. I think the only thing through here would be oxeye, O-X-E-Y-E. I'm trying to remember if oxeme with an E is good. No, that's like exome. Exome. Oh, unless, or does oxeme go with exome? I don't know. Maybe it does actually. O-X-E-M-E. I think that might be one of the Collins ones, like that goes with exome, X-O-M-E. But anyway, with Y, it's also O-X-E-Y-E. In terms of the fives that start with O-X-E, there aren't too many to go around. They blocked Prie-Dieu, a low desk with a book space above and a footpiece for kneeling in prayer. Huh. Would not have really even thought of looking at that. Gustier, yeah, can't really question that. Do we have some way to make a big play with the J? I don't know that we do. We shouldn't forget about this lane either. I might have to just dump the J in a silly way. I think we don't really have too much we can do other than that. The other possibility is to just try to kill that spot here and still have the J play available for future purposes, because then at least we do something about the more vulnerable spot over there. So we go either there or we try to get into a more playable position with slightly fewer points, but which continues to kind of close off the top. I guess it depends on how worried we are about things like bingo risk here. I mean, it could be that better things open up for the J. We still have actually a couple of different spots for the J if it really comes down to it. So I think we kill this first, and then the D would go on top as well if we wanted to continue it that way. I don't know if we have a good location for JEEZ for the second time today. Also, yeah, I actually don't remember if this is good in Collins, like JEWIE. Notice that we have ILEX open here now. So we can go Jedi over there if we're okay with keeping all the other stuff. The problem with that, of course, would be S in front for Silex. But it's not a huge problem, actually, in that kind of spot. Notice, too, that if we draw an O, I'm trying to keep a Z or an O spot here, if we can do it. So I think we definitely go Jedi. And look at that, we are going to get it. Now, the question is what we play into it. Probably just ZO by itself. I don't know if that's going to stay open, but if it doesn't, though, look at this. Wait a minute, that's so much better. That's so much better. Look at that. Unless we want to keep the Z up here and do a different play down here. So between two turns, we've got something huge. Actually, you know what? We've got like this dream rack here. We're doing so well with this. And then we draw any kind of vowel, almost any kind of vowel, and we still have the silent spot on the left side. So we should take azol as the first possibility. No, wait, no, RA is no good. Never mind. RA is no good. What am I talking about? Never mind. We don't have that many good plays. We have display here. We have display here. Yeah, no, you can't do azol. Let's not get too excited. But I'm wondering if maybe we have something like here. Maybe not. But so here are the possibilities. We can be greedy, and we go ZOS. And you know what? Like if we go, or even ZAS, because then we keep the O for this spot here, and that's still playable with a W. Because the thing is, a W is still kind of open. And also, by the way, we can do EO lift here later if we want to extend. But so, okay, I'm thinking ZAS. It closes the left. It leaves W open for this spot. It's not quite the same hard-hitting play as the Z there. So the average per turn would be a little bit lower, but then we don't have to deal as much with bingo openings on the left side if we pull ahead. I think that's the way we should think about it. Let's do it. And yeah, now we can do something up top for 27. Zoa in the top spot, yeah, or Zoea if you wanted ZOEA if you really wanted. I guess Zoa is actually good defensively. Like it would have sat there quite well. But yeah, I would choose Z over W on the left side entirely because of the consideration that if we're pulling ahead, we want to close down. We should actually just do this instead of leaving the E for setup. Then we're going to draw the Q. And we have only one U in the bag right now, Fiked. I think I've seen that before, Fiked. Yeah, no, that's one of the kind of heavy fives. Let's think about this. If we have something like a spot for QAT, I'll just do it because then we kind of restrict left side a little bit. Actually, this would be better if we just parallel and then really kill the left side lane. We're only slightly ahead right now. Oh, you know what? We can also just dump Q here. And then we have a pretty good looking rack if on a closed board where we might not be able to do too much with it, but I think we're kind of incentivized to close up, but we're only about 30 ahead, so one blank available, lots of duplicates, all the ends in the bag still. We're still pretty far from the end. This is really going to kill off a lot of the board, and I think we're fine with it. Notice that we keep G, that we still have like a GR start down below. That might wind up mattering. Yeah, because the hardest tile that will hit at this point on this spot is the H. We might not actually be too worried about that. And I'm just trying to think about, like, what does the N take at the end? It takes an I at the end. Let me take a look at this first, then we can look at whether we have something to go with I over here. Girly. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, I think. And we still have the possibility of I for, you know, something like, or even just an E there. E goes there too. That's an interesting play, the NON. That must have been a serious unduplication, actually. Like, I feel like you make that play for those few points, and with dangling this, if and only if you're drowning in N's. And here, too, this looks like it's a potential setup for E or N on the left side. I don't really have a good way to deal with that, though, I think, unless we have a play that comes down here with C. Actually, let's just do it. We can just go like this. There is still a distant possibility of all this stuff mattering. But I feel like the left is a harder spot to hit and probably the better risk to take out at this point. On the other hand, on the left side, the bingo is going to be comparatively low scoring. You can take things out like this. That takes out the whole right side. But the E ending is still kind of wide open. It's going to be comparatively low scoring, but it's a harder spot to hit. Let's just take it out, I think. Or, yeah. And regardless, I'm the one who has the good stuff now. Now, this doesn't really open much, does it? Except SECH here. Bigness. SECH must be good, right? I feel like it has to be. SECH is no. Yeah, because it's like a secant H, right? Like, isn't that the trigonometric term? I feel like because I know some of the trigonometry is only good in columns like tan H and so on, but sec H should also be good then by that logic. Because I think that actually is like secant H that we had there. Yeah, and that's going to go down. Okay, so is someone finally going to do something here? Yeah, a hyperbolic secant. That's what I thought it was. Like, it goes with tan H as well. I think we just go like a door over here and just kill the spot. 2 in the bag, so we wind up with 4 in the bag. We'll probably draw 2 ends or something. And if my opponent bingos out off to B or something, we'll just take it. I don't know that they have anything there. Because that's the 7 rack that has like ensnare, insaner. I was trying to see if I could see anything off the B. But I think we're doing okay at this point. I don't know if I can see an outplay, but we'll be looking at things like maybe in there for 12. We can do something like EA or AA down here for 13. We should at least have a decent out in 2 sequence for sure. If we have an R to play through, we would have a near. But aside from that, I don't think we're going to hit anything. So anyway, let's wait on this and see what we can get. Anyway, very fortunate for me that I got the blank from the bag, essentially. But otherwise, I think we were mostly able to keep things closed. There were kind of 2 lanes at all times until bigness went down, but probably the right call, I'm thinking, to have structed left. We'll find out. And anything else going on yet? Well, I think my opponent has lots of time left on the clock. They've only used half their time, actually, in this game so far. With the bag already emptied. I don't think there's anything interesting to look at over here. I think that, or over here, I think that this is probably just what they're looking at the moment. But yeah, if we can find a decent out in two, we'll take it. If something like area is 14 with leaving one tile. I'm guessing my opponent, if they don't find anything good, for sure they're doing out in two, so we should play to kind of maximize what we're doing. And indeed, that's going to be it. So we can do something like Anna over here. 14, well, yeah, it's 14 there, or area over here, also 14. Neither one of these plays really denies my opponent very much. So I think we'll probably just take it. Because, yeah, I'm guessing that they're going for something like ENS over here, unless we get something much more appealing than that. Also, oh yeah, what did we say this was? This was only 12, so it's not even good on our end, unless we have something else to look at on that side. I think this is looking pretty clearly like one of the 14-point plays. Joseph, you're saying Bib was a weird play? No, I don't think it was a weird play. It depends on what he thought was still available in the pool, because let me just pass this first. Because the idea is that you get rid of the B. For the B, if you are going to have it in the bingo, it's going to be the starting tile most likely. And then the idea is that you have a lane open here. You still technically have lanes open here. That was after I played a door. Yeah, a little bit of a long shot to go for the Y at that point, but you know, essentially, if you think that it leaves it open, or if I block it in such a way that reopens, which is entirely possible, then. Oh, no, Brain was already on the last play though. No, you're talking about Bib though. Yeah, when Bib went down, you see, looking at the rack here, this was undoubling the eye. By equity, or rather, in terms of the leave, if you want a playable bingo leave, then you definitely get rid of BI, and you do it in a way that keeps a second lane open with the starting B. So we'll have to see what we're looking at there, but now that we know about double I there for sure, I think that looked like a very understandable play. Not really fishing so much, but the bag is very low at that point, and even though the Y lane is an extreme long shot, that's probably not going to happen. There's some possibility that I leave the left side open. Anyway, no time to look at this, so we will get into the next round right away. This group moves fast, so. I'm looking at whether we have something with MEN or MAN or MENT. And I'll update the record in just a moment. Let's take a look at this though. Yeah, we don't have something like Manite within I. The duplication is definitely maybe the biggest problem here. So I think we actually maybe just play men or something, and it's very low scoring, but it's wide open for my next play. I feel like maybe there's a better thing to do than to play off 3 like that, but it's actually just the presence of 2 duplicates in there that really kills this. Maybe that should have been an exchange rack, but I don't know. We'll take the 10 points. Might wind up mattering. We're on 5 and 5 at this point, so we're finally recovering the record a bit after this horrible start in the first 7. And yeah, so immediately we see that we have Z available on this side, for instance, leaving a very decent leave after that. Yeah, you're thinking maybe Mint going as a 5. Probably. Actually, that would have been pretty good. And because it doesn't leave the vowels open on top, and it keeps a very good leave there as well. It keeps EN. So I think Mint is probably best, actually. Like 20 points keeping that. Anyway, do we have something that we can still do here, given that the Z idea got blocked? Pretty risky spot over here. I'm just trying to see if we have something that will land on that. Also, notice if we can find something that ends with NZ or has an NZ in it, that's a possibility. I don't know if we can actually set that up, though. Maybe not. Let's see, though. This O dangling here is something that would be suspicious were it not for the Y going in that spot. So this is a tricky decision here. We might have to spend a Z for a relatively low score, like even if it's ZE for 27 up here, and look at that, still a pretty good board for a strong bingo leave, even though things are kind of closing up. I gotta take that, actually. And the next thing over here would probably almost certainly be something like cab. If that remains open, I hope that's not just a massive X setup or something. But we'll just continue to build out of this. But yeah, if we had, something like RONZ or even an S for CNZA for Senza, that would have been a pretty stylish play with a Z. As it is, we're almost certainly just going to try to get rid of the B somehow, or undouble the A. Notice too, behind Z is that we'll take the M hook in the back in Collins if the other M comes up. QI, unfortunately, I can't really do anything back against that spot, but it might be worthwhile to just take it for 24, kill the spots, and undouble the A. So we do either that or, the other possibilities would be much worse scoring. I think we just take it because it's pretty susceptible to parallels right now. I think we just have to do it. And at this point, we need to definitely think about getting rid of anything duplicate. So let's see. I think B, A, and C is pretty good. Bank takes an O behind it, in fact, Banco. So we wouldn't want to do it here if we don't have a follow-up. So I would be looking at probably something like the ban. So we want to keep double N, which I don't think we'll do. Or bank over here, which again leaves the O hook on the right, but sheds some more tiles. Jets. Okay, so we definitely want to just put something under it to grab the J. Kind of interesting how you got the Q over double, J over double. We've been able to get out of this pretty well. The second S is kind of a tell that my opponent was holding double S or was extremely consonant heavy because you don't need the S there to reach anything. So that's got to be a double S situation, I would think. Getting close to something here. U is not very useful when Q is already expended. But can you have like if you have a conurbation, can something be conurbed? I don't know. Like if you have a conurbation, like if you're sticking cities together or something. I don't think so. Like, but oh, you can have bouncer, of course. I don't know if you can rebound, so we have another E, but we do have a spot for that. We don't have a spot for that anymore. Yeah, it doesn't fit, but that's okay. Do we have anything without over here? Also, I don't know if there's any hook on fit that I'm not considering, but I'm guessing not. That's too bad. However, if we can, yeah, ideally, you know, if we do bun like that, then we get rid of the U. Trying to see if there's maybe something that would get us through the T and reach the other spots. I think we just continue building. And bun or burr, do you think? Burr, because you get the burn hook, and because there are 5 R's in a bag. And we're going to continue drawing U's. And, oh, that was challenged, actually. Interesting. So we got a 5 on that. We actually did have the possibility of connecting something to jab down below, but I wanted to get rid of U's, and that is probably still the case here on this turn. I don't know, for instance, if we'd want to go... Ouch, actually, that looks good. Despite dangling the H in that spot. I am not too unhappy with that. We wouldn't want to dangle E there, though, for less score. We would want to go something like ouch with the H hitting. Maybe there's something less risky that we can do that's still... Yeah, Hut would, of course, open front hooks behind it. Girl over here. I think we stick with the ouch idea. Meng, I think... There's a whole bunch. There's like Meng, Meng, like I think almost all of them go with the NG ending there in Collins. Anyway, did we actually miss Ulicon? That one? Was there an... Oh, right, it goes through the L. The North Pacific Candlefish with so many different spellings, actually. not quite on the level of Ganef, Ganef, or whatever. Or what was the other one that comes out? Yeah, Galabia, I think. Galabia, that's one that has like 50 spellings. But Ulicon is way up there in terms of just how much it gives you in terms of variance. So yeah, we did miss it 3DL. Through this spot here. But yeah, very well spotted. Anyway, Hex Zone. I'm trying to remember. Was it Hex Zone or Hex Zone? Hex Zone. Actually, I know there's a very memorable game I played where this came up, I think. Or am I thinking of Hex? No, Hexane, Hex Zone. Yeah, Hex Zone. I once nearly took a game off a particular former world champion whom I was practicing against for a while, where I was keeping pace with him and just making massive plays every game. And then I made a critical error in that game when I played. What was it? I played X Zone, and he challenged it off, of course, because his word knowledge is perfect. And then the next play, I showed that I had the X, and then he just asked me afterwards, like, why didn't you just play Hex Zone? Because I was on track to win, and then after he challenged off that play, like he just surged ahead and beat me by 200 points or something on the last few plays. But yeah, this was one of the kind of like really sort of legendary players, one of the ones that has videos about him on Will Anderson's channel and such. And I don't think I've actually taken a game off him before, actually. I think I've come within maybe 7 points or something of beating him. But it was a very memorable game for that reason specifically. Now, I see a long turn here. I feel like my opponent was looking for something big. But regardless, I think we have to take Hex Zone. I think it has to be it. Hexzone, Hexane, Hexene. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I know what it means. That's the thing. So I had no excuse for missing it in that game I was talking about. But it's also one of the reasons that I remember X-Zone without the H is no good. It's Exome with an M there. Matsuri, very good. Excellent find there. And it does mean, well, I'm still ahead, but my opponent is going to close quite a lot of distance on that. I'm trying to see if I have something decent here that doesn't open like crazy. Actually, we'll just go, ooh, I don't like keeping a double A in that, but I feel like if we don't want to open like crazy, then that's one of the better possibilities. It also restricts S hook at the end of Matsuri, and with the A's and G's and such, we still have some possibilities on the J in the bottom left. So I think we just take it. Unless I can find something much better that helps me dump out some of these tiles. That's got to be something. Let me, so tailgate through a T. Let me see. I feel like this is definitely something. With an AGE ending. Like I see a whole bunch of 8s with it, potentially. However, if we don't get something with it, we will... Oh, I was about to say hit the right side with something. So that will not work now, but that's okay because at this moment, I mean, depending on how comfortable we are with the Risk on the left. I don't know. That's actually very vowel heavy as a leave. It's maybe not as good as I hoped. I think also JAG takes an A at the end, which means that we have some ways of playing out of this with the A that I'm holding. Double blank on the scene. Oh, not very far ahead. My opponent just played off 2, though. That's definitely a kind of rebalancing play. That is threatening something. So the thing is, do we risk it? So JA takes A, it takes S. It takes G as well. But then at least we have, well, I don't know about that. We need to do something about the A's, though. We need to get ourselves out of vowel trouble. There's just a better way to do that. I'd like to take it, but yeah, I think we just take the 25 here. And if we are able to string over here next turn, we'll take it. Like this turn here. I actually don't know that we have a good way of doing that, but I guess we have like twat. Okay, no, that's going to be taken. That's fine. This is not a bingo. I was about to say like we go twat and BAW on that. Notice that this right side is still available to us as well with an E as a second tile. Now, let's see. This is still an S lane over here, but it's one of those low-scoring S lanes that opens up the triple in response. Double S, of course, on Matsuri and U would not be ideal. We can also go wall over here. Do we want to open that up? That's questionable, I think. What we can do is do this, because that closes off. It's low scoring, though, in a situation where I'm not really ahead. And where open lanes are still up top. But this is the kind of thing that we can really absolutely lose to. It's only 17 there to 9 there. So it depends on how close we want to be. Let's not spend too much time on it. Let's just take it. Okay, there we go. We have one blank. Now, we'll need it to... Okay, vitiate is good. It's not going to fit currently except on the F. Actually, if we can get it, that's great because it closes off like crazy. So I'm looking at vitiate. There might be... actually, vitiate, interesting. I think it takes NO in front for no vitiate. No vitiate. Which would be really fancy if we can extend it. It is a little vulnerable to the triple up top because of the A in that position. So if we can do something else, like I'm thinking IVE ending, like stative. Maybe that's better. So vitiate looks like this. It's pretty vulnerable on the A, even though it's closed on the left. But then you have stative that looks like this. I actually like that better than... Wait, no, stative. Does stative take an E at the end of S stative? I think it might. Or am I thinking of something like gestative or... Let me think about that. So I would go vitiate or stative. Let's go stative, maybe. It's not totally closed on the left, but then you don't have... Well, the I is still a bit of a parallel risk. Like if But there aren't any really hard-hitting tiles left in the pool at this point, so we're actually more worried about bingo risk going to the right. So let's just take it. Because Vitiate blocks the left, but then you still have bingo risk going over the F with something like TEF, right? So yeah, bingo risk we want to mitigate more. Here, this is hitting hard, but Q and X are already down, so we don't need to worry about it too much. We do need to worry about time. Oh, you saw KEWL. That was a cool play. I didn't consider it. I have seen that word before, of course, in Scrabble, not just outside of Scrabble. But in other words, I don't think I'd seen it on the board, but I do know it's good in the most recent edition. If this spot remains open, we will obviously take it with something like Lop. That seems like it's pretty clearly best. Crusade is going to go down. Beautiful fit over there. Barely fitting. And that's actually going to put my opponent ahead slightly. 9 in the bag. We just need to go for points at this point and hope for the best, I think. Yeah, beautiful fit. Okay, very nice. This is not seemingly going down right now, but this is denials and snailed. I don't know if maybe there's something that will go otherwise. Denials. Oh, no, I put OT there. What am I doing? I wonder if my opponent will see it. That's a phony. I might have just blown this. I just dropped that thoughtlessly. Should have been lap, LAP. But people have a blind spot for twos sometimes, so when you're playing online, so maybe my opponent just won't see it. But anyway, we might just have blown this game by doing that. Anyway, denials is it's not going to go. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be challenged off for sure. But it depends on whether my opponent's paying attention, because I know I let go a lot of phony twos when I'm playing online, because you don't physically see your opponent place the tiles on a board, and so when you make fast plays, it's very easy to just be blind to that. Which is why if I drop plays too quickly, I'm liable to play that. And the thing is, we've got such a beautiful rack now too. It's just that that's such a sore spot. Top. Now, let's just see. What do we even draw out of that, by the way? So we know what's in the bag. So we went from this to this. So we picked up DES. We picked up such a great draw on it too. So if this goes back in the bag, then it's DES in the bag. You remember Austin left XE on the board once and phoned it with PY, yeah. That's a spectacular one, actually, to get away with the Y placement like that. But yeah, it's very easy to just not look at twos, but my opponent's spending so long in this turn that I actually think they'll see it eventually, at least. Unless they're so fixated on their own word that they don't. Yeah, Joseph, you were saying Muffin didn't challenge it when put on the board. I don't know if you're aware, there was a recent thing. So somebody told me about this kind of trivia or problem-solving podcast or show they watch called Lateral, where apparently it recently featured a notable phony-related situation with Muffin, who you just mentioned. Anyway, it's going to stay. Look at that. And look at that. Oh, no, NI is not a word, too. We can't get away with phonying twice. I was just about to drop, like, denials over here. No. We're not going to get away with that twice. But we are ahead in points, and so we should actually just do something through here. Now, I don't know. We might want to go here instead, because what I'm thinking is that my opponent is holding over, and even if we don't go, or might be holding over, if V is not the last in the bag. So what are we more worried about? Bingo through to L or bingo through to D? I see there's sevens, or rather six tile plays like overtly that go through the L. Is there something that would be worried about with an ED ending? I think we have to take points, incidentally, but... Oh, we actually haven't taken the time to look through the plays here yet either. Because maybe, since we know we're holding case S, we do a small play to block the lane, and then we keep the S available to go on sidings after the fact. Do I actually have something through either one of those? I don't think I do. It's very close to something like deadlines, but... How about we go something like this? Kills the lane, leaves the bottom open for my S. It will, however, if we have an S play down there, leave me with one tile remaining. It would be out in two. If I can do something to stretch this out just a little bit more, I would like to do it. But I don't think we can do a good play over here that doesn't just open up even worse. Deli, no, that's still vulnerable to the Y. I think we have to go like this. And... oh, actually, we have an out. 14 over here. Oh, I know, I see. I missed this. So my opponent is going for something here with an R start. But do they actually have one? I don't think they do. I actually think that that was the idea, to take the top. We have 20 seconds. Yeah, and we should have just taken with denial. You're just saying it. Okay, toy over here. This just wins. We need to take it. Let's not think about it too long. Just win it. And yeah, the OT actually went down. It's the only phony on the board, but it's a glaring one. So we'll take the win. I guess since we wore down the clock, we do have to get into round 12 right away, since we would have been one of the last ones to finish again. But thank you to GG. We totally got away with this one. That should have been LAP, and I just didn't think about it properly. And that should have lost me the game, like with DES in the bag. So we kind of got away with murder, but you know, we had so many situations today where we blew theoretically easy situations that we shouldn't complain about that too much. Anyway, we have the U, but we don't have anything that we can do with it on the Q, so we should just go like hun and get out of there. And that's going to draw a challenge. So we get the extra 5. Now, here, I don't think there are 7s, but there are going to be some possibilities with other tiles that go down. I'm trying to figure out which tile I want to see, like which vowel, almost certainly. Maybe. G's are so difficult to work with sometimes. We'll probably just go with something. I'm trying to see, too, if we have something through H that will hit. But, actually, no, let's just go ogled. Here, that's better. 32. With RT leaf, that's great. Natcat, how do I even know these words? I've been playing Scrabble a long time. So, Natcat, so when you play Scrabble, the first things you learn are 2 and 3 letter words because they come up all the time for people to play parallel and stack tiles. But the next thing you learn after that, when it comes to short words, well, would be short words that are like the big scoring ones like QJ, XZ. But you also learn the ones that are called the 3 to 4 hooks, where if you take any 3 letter word, you need to know what goes in front and in back so you know what to tag onto it when you're making a big play later. So that's the short answer. Now, I want to get rid of the U and the W somehow. I don't think we can do it together this turn. W and U are two of the worst ones to go together. But let's see what we can do. Might have to just do a really silly little play like this and keep the W. I just don't see a good way to dump W on this one. I feel like that was not actually that great, but we'll see what we can do from there. For this play, something like REW would probably be fine. Still very low scoring so far. Something like here would also be fine. 18 up there, depending on how much we think my opponent is trying to go for a bigger play. Yeah, this keeps TEET, this keeps TRET. I think double E is going to be better than double T there. Actually, no, that doubles both of them, though, so neither of them are very good. But no, we can go 2. Actually, that's better. That's much better. This is close to something. I think with an 8, this is going to do something. It's very heavy on vowels. My opponent's making all these small plays here. I think he's kind of fishing around, but did I actually miss retweet? I did miss retweet. Wow. Yeah, I was so focused on dumping off the W and on getting rid of some duplicates that I didn't look at that properly. Anyway, we've had some really spectacular misses today. I'm usually not quite this bad about things that I should be seeing. I think we definitely want to just take something out here, like even just unduplicate once again. This is Ariette. And there might be something else out of there as well. It's very good for 8s as well. Ariette would fit here. Which is the same as an Arietta, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the only spot, though. So if that goes down... Oh, this doesn't quite fit here. However, heavy... it is going to block. What is he doing playing 2 tiles off at a time like this? Probably just fishing for something, but this board isn't particularly good at fitting. I mean, that's going to take, what, an S and a D at the end. This is one of those words where if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's a new edition that has something to do with computer game lingo and I've never heard it in my life. But theoretically, it comes from video games that I've like. It doesn't mean the video format, by the way. It means that like it's some kind of slang that apparently is gamer slang that I've just never heard in my life. But what do we have here? Are we missing a hook that I should be seeing? We've been really bad about hooks vision today, so this is not going to be quite it. But we can still try to build that way and build up. My opponent's clearly fishing as well, though, so I don't know if we should be opening up like that. Like, if we can close up instead, I'd prefer it, but let's go with it. Okay, so this has to go down. So if, at the very least, we have trailer up top, we have trailer down at the bottom as well. This opens up to triple, though. We don't want to take that. And yeah, at do we have something that doesn't leave to A in that spot? Let me think about this. I shouldn't waste too much time on it. Let's just take it. It's still not as bad as the other spot, except for the X risk. Here, yeah, bank is going to hit pretty hard. I actually think we'll just go like this. It does dangle a lot. It even opens up a lane over here. Makes the board very volatile, but I do need to shed some vowels on this turn. The alternative would be something like that, but it's vulnerable to Y down below. Or we go like this. That's a little better in terms of not opening as many bingo lanes. And look at that, we're going to have this beautiful draw over here. I wonder if I have something off K. But regardless, this should be kind of 100% a hit. I'd be very, very surprised if we didn't hit something here. There are definitely going to be small plays through the K that don't begin with the K, but if we can find something with a K start, that'll be better. I think, though, that so nailers, aligners, clearly we're going to get something. Caroline, no, hang on. I'm so confident that this is for sure going to be a hit. No, we can definitely do something through here, I would say. There's a whole latrine set. Rat line with 2 T's, actually. Like that. Kind of vulnerable here, but it fits. I don't know if there would have been something through the K that looks safer. Maybe something like. I can never get all these straight. Like all of the likes. No, we should just do a red line. Anyway, I'm a little behind on chat because we've been struggling with the clock all day, but yeah, like I said, Avi, a social media or gaming avatar, I've never heard that slang. It might be a very regionally specific thing. But yeah, there was one that, in terms of strange words that came up in Woogle's Discord, which was ways goose. I learned that because somebody pointed out that like, way goose is a word, and way goose actually takes an additional letter in the middle. And I think we actually dumped the S on this as well. I feel like there's some possibility. You know what? We actually should have just taken something here. But no, that's okay. That was fine. Lactones through an E if an E becomes available. But I'm trying to see if there is something through O. Sorry, something through R. Because isn't there something that's like an anagram of not Carlton, but like there's something probably available there that I'm not seeing. Anyway, the O on the left is a bit of risk right now. R over here is something that can be played through. We just need to play through it somehow, I think. Or we just parallel it and kill the lane. I think that's probably fine. Worst thing that can hit us right now is bingo starting with O. And if you look at the pool, no blanks. Actually, it's something like the X risk with LEX that's going to hit hardest at this point. Maybe we should take care of that. Because 14 in the bag, that's actually a bit of a danger zone. Actually, everything here is a bit of a danger zone. If we think about it. And I don't really know that we have a good way to deal with a lot of that. Because there's a Z spot here that's possible as well, and maybe we should do something to take care of that. 11 here. The idea here is that we can lose to massive plays on Z and X, but then there's a Z spot here too. We can't really be too picky about this. I think, no, we just keep playing. We just keep playing, and we'll try to draw something. But if my opponent gets like X bomb, Z bomb, then we're in big trouble. But we need to keep stacking some points. That wasn't even that many points, 16. Maybe we should have still blocked. But at this point, we have to definitely do this. We may even go like this. Glay. I know Aglay is good, and I'm sure I only know this because Glay is good. So we'll see that in just a moment. So yeah, that's first choice. And my opponent's going to play an O in the middle of nowhere. That's interesting. Probably still going for an O bingo. But we have to close up some spots and score. We're ahead by enough that we can survive something as long as it doesn't massively hit the triple. We should absolutely prioritize at this point. Closing up on the left side, though. Did I miss Coolin's and octonals? I did. I did. It was true to O, yeah. I didn't take the time to look. I was still fully defensively minded on how to play. I did not even look at this mod, to be honest. And I did have a K bingo earlier, separate from this mod, or because I was thinking I almost certainly had a K bingo through this rack, but yeah, gnarlier with the K. That's a hard one to see, actually, particularly with the blank. Yeah, Nadcat, we had a spectacular kind of Twitch moment earlier today, I guess, where I missed a 100-point play at one point because I didn't see the word OWO. which, along with UWU, was added in the most recent edition of this lexicon in the revision last year. And of course, I knew that was in the dictionary, but the thing is, I straight up missed OWO and missed a 100-point play for it. And that was such a streamer moment. Anyway, my opponent's taking some time. He just fished off one tile. He's clearly close to something. Priority is to block off. And yeah, it has to be something through the O, essentially. Like, we have to just kill it, even with a tiny play like that. But the fact that X and Z are still both available right now means that we need to be paranoid about any spots that open up for those. Which means, for instance, that we can't do something that starts a VA, because you get AXE going like that, just as one example. Likewise, well, it's a good thing there's no B, because otherwise we'd be looking at something like Bortz, BORTZ, and we should still be looking at whether there is something like Forex, for instance. FOREX is a risk there that is still in the bag. Look at that J's in the bag, too. It's a very volatile ending. So actually, that's one of the worst plays that can hit us right here is Forex, because that is going to be in excess of 60 points. So we need to look out for things like that. The other thing, too, is that even just standard plays like, Zoril, ZORIL, there, or something like that, could still hit us for somewhere in the 40s. And so there's still a lot of scoring that is available on this board, even with the 80-point lead that we have right now. And so we have to see which spot closes up, essentially. And go from there. Right now I'm thinking that, so ALA is good, so we might do something. If we are worried about Forex, then we would do something like that. And kill the spot that way. But yeah, there are definitely sequences you can imagine with 6 in the bag here, where my opponent, for example, if they find a bingo and then they draw, say, 2 of the big tiles, not all 3 because they wouldn't play them off quickly enough, but if they bingo and then draw into 1 or 2 of J, X, and Z and have huge spots that I don't know how to deal with, then yeah, look at that. It's another small play. Oh, he's fishing for something. Small play means that he's close to a bingo, not that he's close to a play like 4x. So we should block this way. He's fishing for something very specific, probably. But if we draw into the back, maybe we can... Yeah, because so we go like Doom over here. And is something like Doomsayer still available in bag? It's not. Know why, so... Or maybe we can just play 2, because then, yeah, we play, well, we want to play faster to draw the big tiles, but then we don't want to lose too much flexibility with vowels that are available to me. This is actually also the last O. 4 vowels, 9 consonants in a bag. We actually should keep both vowels. And hope that, yeah, there's no dominate or something in the bag, so I think we have to go for something like that. Zonates, I have it. So if we have some kind of miracle opening, which will not happen on this board. Yeah, okay. So I was thinking something like that would go down. That gets my opponent pretty close to where we are right now. I need to wait. Zone 8. Okay, there we go. Of course, it's going to draw a challenge. It's a winning play at this point. And okay, let's take a look. Fixes over there. Very good. Dawns would be 10. Let's see if we can do any better than that. We probably can, but I don't know that I want to take the time to look. I actually don't know if Glay takes an S, so I don't want to risk that. It doesn't score enough. Anyway, probably just Dawns over here. I'm just looking around carefully to make sure we're not missing something extremely good before we run out of timeout. Okay, we'll do it. So that's great, actually. We went from going 2-5 to winning 5 straight, and we finished on a 7-5 record. So that was a bit of a miracle recovery, given how badly things went. Mastodon is wonderful. That's a wonderful find. Did that actually fit? It did fit. Yeah, wonderful find there. I was so fixated on the endgame situation. The issue with bingoing, though, at that point, is that even if I'm that far ahead on my bingo with something like Mastodon, there is some possibility that I guess I'm ahead by enough, but if I were not ahead by enough, there's some possibility that I draw too many heavy tiles and can't shed them, right? So that would be the issue there. Like if you see a bingo in the pool, for instance, which I guess there might not be after you block the O. Yeah, Mastodon was the right play, but I'm just saying, there are reasons why I would not have been in bingo hunting mode in this kind of position. And yeah, you could play Mastodon high enough here to block the 4x spot as well. Very good find. Okay, let's take a look at this board. Then I'll see if I have enough time to go back to any of the other ones. I'm going to update my record first of all. That we did, in fact, complete everything here. And that, well, I'll look at the standings first to see if they've finished up. Yeah, I think there was one person who actually had to ditch in the last round or something, and so it messed up some of the standings. But anyway, I actually managed to finish in the top half this time. Again, we went 2-5 to start, and we won 5 straight, which was a good place to be in. We will look at the analyzer quickly to see what we missed because chat already called quite a few of those. Let me show you. So, opponent opens here, QAN, yeah. I did find the best play by equity here, HUNH. Meow. Yeah, if you actually took the time to look at HM, that's a huge spot right there. But my opponent did not find it, so. But again, HM is something that's not very natural to look at, I guess. Ogold is best, we found that. Best by equity, anyway. Look at that, woohoo. I wonder if woohoo would also take the ED at the end, like woohooed. Maybe not. A lot of the exclamations don't. We were very unsure what to do with this play. Was this? No, this was not the retweet turn. It was the next one where we missed it. So this heavily advises exchange. My opponent exchanges 4 and still keeps 3 vowels. Now, with this many vowels, you clearly try to exchange 6. Like that, 6 or 7. E, you're not so worried about duplication at least, but yeah, so rewetted and retweet and tweeter. We missed everything there. Just bingo vision was turned off this game, I guess. My opponent's still in some valid trouble. I did not see the 9 here, re-radiate. I do know that this is good because there is a whole sequence, like you can have radiate, irradiate, and re-radiate, and you can kind of keep stacking them and then put something in the back as well. But I did not think to look through there for the 9. And so this was actually one of the less bad plays, I guess. And my opponent misses. Well, I guess they missed the overlap. I would have been unsure about shim as well. I think, oh no, I know it. I know what shim is. But that's a huge miss. This rack. I have nothing still. This is okay if I'm planning to take the top because with AN, 3 of my tiles go there. E, R, and T all go there as an ending. So yeah, and so finally my opponent hits something with at ace. I was not considering any of the bottom spots. They're too dangerous. So we were pretty much looking at this. I is better than A in the third spot there because you don't have it susceptible to the X parallel. So we should have found something like Triller. That would have been easy to see. Anyway, things keep going. Gnarlier. Okay, this was a turn where I missed Gnarlier. We took rat line over here. Yeah, I would not have dangled anything in the triple lane. So having missed Gnarlier, rat line was one of the better possibilities, despite the double letter risk on the left. A Lateran actually fits in very nicely there too. Actually, that's better. Yeah, that fits better. And big miss here of Sedition and Diorites. So I had absolutely dreadful bingo vision this game, but luckily so did my opponent. Misses all over the place. So yeah, this was the one where we didn't look at Coolins or Octonals. And Luca, welcome, incidentally. And Oratorios as a 9. Look at that. That's beautiful. Except it didn't go down. So my opponent continues to fish 1. I feel like they've made a couple of pretty questionable decisions here when it comes to how much you play off. In this kind of situation where the main tile to play off is another O, I don't think you keep both O's. I think you, if you're going to fish off, you try to play off 2 O's. Although maybe there's no good spot for that. But here I'm thinking that, the best route to win is that you don't just need to bingo, you probably need to draw one of the power tiles for a big play as well. Anyway, Oratorios and Oratories is still available after the fish. And this is the turn where I miss Mastodon. Mastodon comes up here. This is 2 points less, but it blocks the spot for 4x that we were concerned about. And it also, yeah, you see, this is dangerous with X unseen because in the lower position, that is vulnerable to Vax or Fox or Vex. Actually, anything with the X. Down here. So no way do you play Mastodon in that spot, although that would not even up with you. So you would still win, but that's why this choice is very clearly superior, because you don't have the parallel, the triple letter. Oh, look at that. I actually blocked a Jarosite. I played Dom over there. Mastodon would have blocked it too, obviously, but Jarosite, Jarosite, would have gone down there very nicely. Zone 8 Zonal is somehow considered better here, I guess, if you keep EST, but you know what? We saw it. We take it. And exfil is better there, or an exfiltration. And there is a play here that's 6 points better, reds and ovens. Okay. So there were a few games that we didn't get a chance to look at. I think it was 7, 8, 10, and 11. And so I'm not able to stay very long today, but we can zip through those boards really quickly to see what we missed, just so we can have it on video, I guess. So give me just one moment. We'll dial way back to those. And I'll try to catch up a bit on the chat because we can actually talk now. So yeah, this was the one that we lost really badly to a 586. This one I was really flailing by the end of it. Let's bring this up. So yeah, it's a pretty good start. We're kind of even for most of this game, and then we fall 200 points behind due to a couple of issues. Mitten is good. Minette, I actually didn't consider. The smallest of regular sizes, a portrait photograph. It is pretty dangerous, though, for a number of reasons. Yes, but Mitten also is dangerous up top. But these are the only two that go down. Yeah, Fee is pretty defensible. I did not go Feel because I was thinking I'd keep L to play through it, but it's actually slightly better by equity to spend it. By Serial, I did not really know, so we challenged and handed out 5 points. And Geed is pretty good here. Geeld, I did not consider. And should have. I know Geel, but I don't think I knew it was a verb. Oh, it's the same as Geely. That's right. Look at that, unsurely. My opponent misses with a UU, but oh, that's a strange play to keep both U's out of that. I guess it's 30-something points, but yeah, UE, which means a U-turn, is kind of vulnerable up top. If you don't see unsurely, then it's a pretty bad rack to work with. Anyway, Quai, spelled like this. Very Scottish, as you can see. But I thought this was a pretty clear play here. Unsurely is still available. So my opponent actually plays off 2 tiles and draws the same 2. Plays off YE, draws YE, and still doesn't see unsurely. Surely you would have seen something, but G is no good, so I challenge this off. Welts here, was that all right? We missed with, but I know my opponent is holding things that are pretty bingo prone at this point, apart from the U and the Y. So yeah, Hawks is best here. Closure is going to go down, and this is where things start having some problems. Because, yeah, we're fighting from behind at this point. We don't have something here. I did see Clarions with the S at the end. I did not know Clarino, actually, I think. Oh, yeah, it's Collins' anagram of Clarion. The highest register of a trumpet in Baroque music. And Nedcat, you asked a few minutes ago, do you guys know the meanings of these words? No, mostly no. You need to know what goes on the end, whether it takes ing or ed, or most importantly, whether it takes an s on the end. Or if you have something that ends with e, for instance, you want to know whether it has an r on the end or a d in the end, and so the part of speech might matter in that sense. But very often, oh yeah, this was a huge blunder here, where I talked about seeing entrance, and then a T went down and I didn't play entrance. And that was the only play, so. And at this point, yeah, the game just falls apart for me from here, and I don't even draw into anything. We're not actually missing something, even though we have this amazing rack for 7s. And then, as you can see, the situation is not ideal. And yeah, whole game just kind of collapses from there. At this point, Pats is one of the better ones here. Garb. Oh, I forgot about Lure. I know it, but just forgot to see it. And then, yeah, Vagina would have fit here. And that's it. This is actually the same person who played Avi on me in the last round, too. So, okay, that's it for that one. We'll look at, what was it, 8, 10, and 11 after this. So give me one moment. Let's just scroll back to round 8. So this is where the winning streak starts. And we'll bring this up quickly to see what we didn't see. It's the losses that are usually more interesting to look at. The close games are, of course, the most interesting of all. But what you find when you actually step through the available plays, and yeah, Lignite scores better on this spot with a G there, but I like having the I in the middle rather than the E. Maybe. Yeah, what you find when you go through a lot of games is that when you have massive losses by like 100 or 200 points, often those are avoidable rather, and that you might think that you're collapsing due to bad luck, but it's actually because you've made a series of critical mistakes that were very avoidable, much more often than you think. I mean, there is a huge luck element to this game, and you are going to lose sometimes just to bad draws. But basically, a lot of strategic collapses are preventable. Hog over here. Haji is best. No, I actually didn't see Jinx. But then I would want to draw an E at whatever Jinx is or something to extend it. So I'm happy with Haji there. We saw Grex here. So I was thinking, like, this is such a waste of an X and it's such a low point play, but we did, in fact, find the highest equity play in that position. I was wondering, is this good or is this not as in is it valid or not, but is it a decent play or would we have done better by exchanging? And in fact, playing off the X for a 16-point play was much better than a nearest exchange, which is kind of crazy. There are very few situations we've seen this early in the game like that. Usually near end game, okay, maybe you have to just spend tiles for nothing. But yeah, okay, Receival is miss over here. Oh, sneezers, look at that. We had it. And I at no point even considered anything close to that. But says for 30, knowing that we're holding roughly bingo prone tiles. I mean, obviously finding the play is better, but I can see why I did things the way I did. Nor over here, Torn over here. Yeah, small plays like that either way. QI or QIN essentially. Oh, I didn't see the possibility of stretching the end there. Clearly better. Clearly much better. Delubra and Durable. What is Delubra? Delubrum. A font, a temple or shrine having a font. Now, Kat, how do you prep for something like this? So there are study lists and there are also flashcard programs where you can create searches for lists of words that you can drill. There are also essentially flashcarding or problem solving, anagram solving games that were designed by and for competitive Scrabble players. So sometimes if you're in the Scrabble category on Twitch, you'll see some people running something called InfiniWords, which was designed by one of the top Scrabble players. And it's kind of like words on stream, except with the Scrabble dictionary and with like a very intense interface where you see a whole wall of words that people in the chat can try to solve. And there is, by the designer, the lead designer of this website, Woogles, also designed a study in flashcarding app on the web that's called Aerolith, Aerolith. And I also use a program that is called Ziziva, so I'll write some of this down. And yeah, so there are a couple of people within the Scrabble community who basically design study programs so you can sort of arrange lists of words that you want to go through. So, in terms of the value that you get out of the words that you study, there are some that are considered very high value. So, like I said, you start with some short words like the twos and the threes. You learn everything for sure that has the Q with no U, because those are extremely valuable. You learn short words with the high scoring tiles like J, Q, X, Z. As you get more advanced, you learn things like 5-letter words that begin or end with a 4-point tile, because then you can hit spots like this or like this, and those tend to score very well. But for the 7 and 8-letter words, what people tend to do is they go by probability. So you recognize and solve from flashcard memory, essentially, and solve them quickly. The sets of 7 or 8 letters that tend to come up again and again and again, especially because you learn to keep letters that are good for building towards these racks. So you're likelier to see them over the course of a game. And then you can just solve them quickly on the spot just from recognition. So yeah, there's kind of a priority order to what people study in order to get the most bang for the buck. At the top level, people have seen all the words up to 8 letters for sure. Some of the most advanced players do go up to 9. But you generally only need up to 8 for the most part. So no bingo that we missed over here. Swirl goes down in that spot. We did correctly see that fishing off the single N without opening here is correct. And so, yeah, this is the one that we missed. I should have at least seen readmes. I didn't know remades because remades is colons only, I think, but we absolutely should have seen readmes. Madresa, yeah, there's a lot here, actually. Because I saw smeared, and smeared did not fit, and I kind of gave up on it quickly before we could see the possibilities. Colting, it must be with raising horses. Was available here, but when it misses it. I have nothing going on here, but the priority is obviously to block up top. But I missed the S spot over caught, which is actually what the purpose of this play is that it forks the board. It opens one lane here. It opens another lane going down here at the same time. I can't deal with them both at once because H's have been spent, and without an H, you can't go down this way beside the C. So yeah, I blocked the right side lane first, but I didn't see the S threat. Unfortunately, walk-ins is not a single word. And so my opponent has nothing there. Oh, that's strange. Burning one blank, the S spot. I was sure my opponent was holding double blank here and was just shedding one blank. But this is strange. Like in this kind of position, you know, when you're that far behind, you've got to leave that open and you have to open up a spot. Like even if you just like played KA here or something to open up a second lane, you'd absolutely keep the blank in that spot. So yeah, my opponent makes a huge blunder here, I think, by playing that for no points. Natcat, you like how the opponent was born in 1793? Yeah, so this is, of course, just the rating system on this website. When you first register, you start at 1,500. And this particular tournament I played in today was restricted to people over 1,750 in this lexicon, so you don't have players who get absolutely slaughtered if they are new or inexperienced. The rating numbers are kind of inflated compared to what the equivalents would be in the real over-the-board rating letters. So you kind of get bigger numbers on this website than you do over there, but that's because it has a different rating formula that starts in a different spot, with 1,500 being the starting point. I think it's the Glico formula that's also used on Lichess, which also starts at 1,500. But I know the designer, the lead designer of the site, is still making some adjustments. Anyway, unlit over here. 4 is pretty good. Miss Fido. That looks even better because then you kill the end spot. Miss Diecast. Where was Diecast going? Oh, yeah, through here. Okay. But at this point, we don't want to open up bingo lanes, so we would not have considered that. We wanted to leave this inconvenient since K is only going to take I, A, or O, or Y at the back. And better than having something that takes E at the back. So at this point, my opponent has nothing going on. And yeah, it doesn't have the right kind of tiles to play into. That's sort of understandable. This play here, we just keep on blocking, and I don't know if my opponent would have had something here, given how many vowels there are. They might have drawn into something unplayable just by having to work around that. So yeah, that's it for that. So I want to look briefly, this was round 8, right? We want to look at 10 and 11. And we'll be quick, I can't stay on much longer. And 10 here, there we go. So yeah, we have to go quick, but let's just show what we missed. Yeah, this was tapeworm. Look at that. There's another one in tapeworm. It's palm water. It's from Shakespeare. So it predates Australia. But regardless, palm water, a sweet, juicy apple. Kind of want to stop for some palm water after I get off stream today. But yeah, tapeworm. You don't want any tapeworm in your palm water. That's maybe one way to remember this. Yeah, Dottie's good play there. Cavorter is good. Retroact, I missed that. But given the O spot there, Cavorter is better. Hey, look at this. Look at what my opponent had. Too bad that didn't show up on the stream. I mean, I like the fact that we won the game, but too bad that didn't show up. But who would think about making the blank a Q in this kind of position, right? Who would even think about doing that? Yeah, Luca, I am playing with this group that is run by someone in Sri Lanka, so it is mostly Indian players in this particular setting. It's the only tournament format that's regularly run here with high-skilled players that can actually be within reach for me in terms of stream time, unfortunately. I would love to play a little more often, but usually it just doesn't match up with when I can get online uninterrupted. Next week, for instance, the reason that this event was moved to this week from its usual slot at the end of the month is because next week there is a 2-day online money tournament that's happening on this platform. And I'm just not able to make both days for that, so I can't play, unfortunately. But there will be lots of content in the Scrabble category going on, I'm sure, if you want to follow along with people who are much stronger players than I am. There's also a big over-the-board tournament in North America this weekend as well that I wish I could raid, except I think they're only streaming on YouTube, not on Twitch. If someone has the mirror on Twitch, I'll raid them afterwards, but I don't think that's the case. But if you look at a channel on YouTube called Let's Play Scrabble, they should actually be up and running already. They're going to be running the big North American tournament in Lake George all day, and there will be some very elite players there. And the tournament is already ongoing, actually. They already had a one day on stream. So Jedi is clearly best here. And interesting that Zoe here is actually favored over Zaz. But of course, we just had so many sequences that we could have chosen from here that I think anything was honestly fine. And that, of course, is just, based on the equity calculation. It's not based on actually simulating the play to see what it winds up being best by win percentage. So we had lots of reasonable plays there. Lower rear. Very hard to see this, which is why we didn't see it. Because I was already committed to doing Z play here, W play up here. And so I did not actually stop to take a look at this properly. Fiked and faked. Q is going to start blocking up, and you see how many ends my opponent has. We suspect that was the case, hence NON here. Gurley is going to go down as opposed to Goodly. And then, yeah, here we just start blocking because I suspect my opponent is close to something. Very vowel heavy, though. And yeah, bigness is one of the only ones that will go here. Bingos would have been very self-referential. Look at this. Wow, look at that. It's a 9 that hooks on top of the EE. Be misting and C. And bisecting works there as well. So, a couple of extremely fancy possibilities that I would never, ever have seen. The bays here would have been better. But I think my opponent at this point is definitely trying to build towards one final bingo, even in a losing position. So, yeah, they didn't miss anything. There was just nothing there. And what did I miss here? Oh, actually, I didn't think about note and OUT. But that's okay. I think we found a reasonable sequence. So that's going to be done. Let's look at one more quickly, and then we'll be out for today. Let's go back to round 11 to see what we missed. And we've looked at everything else, even in this very confusing sequence of game reviews. This was the one where we won by 16 at the end. So I'm glad we saved some face today after such a bad start. So yeah, Ment was what we talked about earlier. I would not have seen Menent or Ment. A stage direction to remain on stage. Yeah, I don't know it. Because it doesn't have an S on the end, so we wouldn't have seen it come up as a 7. So, ZE over here, ZEE. Oh, yeah. That's an easy hook. I just didn't think about it. So, yeah, there's a lot that we could have played here that I didn't properly consider. But keeping ACE and T, you'll notice by equity, we're within 3 points of the best play because keeping these tiles is just so strong going into whatever comes next. QI there. Nothing here. Bats, if we had looked at this properly, would have been a lot better. Yeah, we could have done better on this play for sure. But I was thinking some kind of parallel was about to hit me on the Q. Iris. Or, oh yeah, this is my opponent's turn here. They go Jets. Back knee. What is back knee? An outbreak of acne on the back. That's very memorable. Luca, the highest scores that I've seen or played that I remember. My highest score is, I think, in a tournament, 632, I want to say. It might have been, yeah, it was somewhere in the 630s, I think. I've only hit 600 a tiny handful of times in my entire playing career. It's very rare. A lot of things need to go your way. The highest score on record is somewhere in the 800s. It's like 830 or so. There are some videos about this on YouTube if you look at Will Anderson's channel. Also, last time I played this online, there was one play where my opponent missed the word bronzers that would have scored 280 something points, I think, and instead played Ronzers, which I didn't know, Ronzers, not knowing that B in front makes bronzers. And so my opponent actually missed out on a nearly 300 point play. But yeah, look at this YouTube channel. I don't have the link for it handy. I should actually put up a command for this. There's a playlist by Will Anderson. It's called Scrabble History, and it has a couple of videos. It's mostly about major tournaments and games that have happened in the past and legendary moments, but it has a few videos that are specifically about highest scoring plays and other legendary turns that people have been talking about for decades. So yeah, no place for bouncer. Let's just do this quickly. This is the one where we missed Eulicon, which is the candlefish of a dozen spellings. Well, okay, 8 spellings. So someone did point that out. Hexone is best here. We did catch it. Matsuri, really quite beautiful here. We missed hoofing. Ooh, beautiful overlap up top, actually. And a couple of other big spots that we missed with parallels down here, but I didn't want to open a triple, so we opened the triple anyway with that play, so never mind what I said. This is the part where we missed cool, which is not cool enough to find something like this. Cavetti and Aviette. Oh yeah, this was one where we saw State of Vitiate. So we saw these two. But there were a lot of other possibilities here. Some of them pretty good at blocking up top. This is where Crusade becomes a problem. It also goes Crusado if you want to do it. And this is where we got away with making OT on the board because I played too quickly and didn't think when we were probably going to play lap instead. And yeah, siding over here, but oh, we did miss something landside. So we played here instead. And yeah, this, oh, actually, look at this 42 point play over here. How does that score 42? That's spectacular. Because you've got doubles going on both sides. And then you score on this and you score on this. It's 42 points. It doesn't look like it should be that much, but it is. But actually, since that play doesn't exhaust my rack, notice how it's evaluated as only 2 points better than my actual play, despite scoring much more. Because it's that important to get the points off my opponent for sticking them with the V. So, and I knew at this point total that we got from this play was going to get me over. As soon as I saw that this was a guaranteed win, I just took it because we just want the win. We had 9 seconds on the clock. I was obviously not going to see a tricky overlap play. And so that was the win. Anyway, I will go back out and I'll answer some questions before I log off for the day. But I do need to go momentarily. So these are the final standings. We went up in 5th place. Natcat, who is arguably the best in the world right now? The best in the world is very clearly Nigel Richards, who has won multiple world championships in both the international and the North American dictionaries. So he's won both of those championships, and he's won the French championship and the Spanish championship, despite not speaking French or Spanish. And he's one of the few players in the world who can reliably find just bizarre 10 or 11 letter plays that no one else even bothers to search for. And so he's far and away the best. And there are still some things that people, don't understand about how he's able to intuitively do the things that he does, because there are a few ways in which he outperforms what computer simulation is able to find sometimes. But yeah, I've played a good number of players who are kind of top 10 or 20 in the world before. And there's enough of a luck element in the game that I have beaten them on some occasions, but their win percentage against me over time would, reflect that they are better players and know all the words and I don't. But the thing about Scrabble is that, unlike in chess, where a rating point difference of a few hundred points means that you are just going to beat the other person 100% of the time, in Scrabble, there's enough of a luck element where there can be major, major upsets that do happen when the tiles just go one way or the other way. But that's why, you just have to play a large sample of games, and if you play a large enough sample, the luck element gradually evens out. So, no, it's not subjective, but what it is probabilistic, in the way that poker is probabilistic, that there's hidden information. You are making decisions based on hidden information, and you are making decisions based on, A is going to happen a certain percent of the time, B is going to happen a certain percent of the time, and you have to gamble on that, and gamble on what you're going to pick out of the bag. So that's the luck element there. Oh, yes, you were responding to Mang about something. In terms of logging in around here, I guess. But anyway, this wound up being a good session in spite of an extremely rough start. And I'm glad I was able to stay on long enough to actually step through the plays, even though we didn't really get the chance to inspect the games very carefully. I must go at this point, though, so thank you so much for joining me for today's session. Like I said, this group usually convenes around the end of every month, so we might be back in the end of November, depending on how busy I am with other things going on. There are lots of other tournaments going on stream, lots of Scrabble content to watch when I am not online, including an in-person tournament that is on a YouTube channel called Let's Play Scrabble. So look that up on YouTube if you want to pretend that we're rating them. Otherwise, we'll also find a destination on Twitch to rate that will be completely unrelated. And yeah, there's a big online event next week. I will not be covering it, but other channels may be active as well if you want to follow more about this game from more knowledgeable people who can tell you more about it. But we'll be back to it from time to time. Till then, thanks so much for watching. Always very pleasant to have some people join me so I can regale you with tales of this game and more. And as always, have a wonderful time with whatever you may be playing or making or otherwise spectating. And as usual, fare thee well.